service to the community board. I have a quote that someone said to me and it really resonated with me from Joe. And it says, communities thrive when people get involved and suffer when residents become apathetic. And that really truly embodies the spirit of service in community boards. And you embody that spirit so well. And we are so fortunate to have had you in Community Board One for so many years, so many more years to come. So I also have a proclamation. I will read the last line. Whereas Joe Lerner has had an immense and outsized impact on Lower Manhattan and New York City, changed the lives of countless New Yorkers through his work and advocacy, and is an exceptional role model to his peers. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Assemblymember Lee, honor Joe Lerner for his service to the state of New York.
A blank wall.
I bought a big rotating exhibit.
So we're gonna go to Senator Brian Kavanaugh's team and then Congressman Golden and then.
We're so happy to present this to Mr. Lerner today on behalf of Senator Brian Kavanaugh. My name is Dan. And when I first started hearing about Joe from Tammy and from honestly his other colleagues, I was totally blown away. And when I talked to the senator about honoring him, didn't even hesitate for a second. This is a man who has shaped the community around him for his entire life as a public school teacher, as an urban planner, as a community board member for 50 years. Totally wild to me. Everybody has said it already, enormous impact on the community and the people around him in his life. And we're so honored to present you with this proclamation today. Also, I know that he has a sense of humor because I rode the elevator with him.
Hi, my name is Aggie. I'm incredibly honored tonight to be here on behalf of Congressman Dan Goldman to present this congressional citation to Joe. I'll be very quick. And just one sentence from it. Joe's fight to improve Lower Manhattan has touched the lives of thousands of people lucky enough to call it home. Yes, all of us, this community is incredibly lucky because of Joe and people like you who keeps with all the expertise, like Mark said, you don't have to give it, but you choose to give it to our community and make our community so great as it is. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm gonna give Joe not a picture, but a statue. And the reason why is you've been integral to the building of Lower Manhattan. So if you want to think about 50 years, I want to know if anybody had ever met John Lindsay. John Lindsay was the mayor in 1973. So when you take a look at this, Joe has outlasted 8 mayors in New York City. That in itself would be a feat beyond unbelievableness when you take a look at that. But one?
Yeah.
All right. So Joe is also one of the most direct people on my board. I will say,
Nice.
if you're doing a good job, you'll hear it from Joe. If you're not doing a good job, you'll hear it from Joe. And that's actually one of the most amazing things about Joe Lerner, is he actually is willing to provide content and input, whether he likes you, whether he doesn't like you, whether he likes the issue or he doesn't like the issue. But more importantly, Joe is able to actually listen to the room, and he may have come in with one thought, expressed it, but by the time we get to a vote, Joe has said, you know what? I hear what everybody has said. I've heard what Bob has said, and Justine has said, and Rosa has said, and I think I'm going to vote this way, because it's not about Joe. It's about the improvement in the community. And that is just an unbelievable way to look at things. He has experience in Brooklyn. He has experience in Manhattan. And I think our community is richer for having Joe Lerner grow Lower Manhattan. Before Southbridge was a thing, Joe was here. And Joe's still here. I hope you were here for decades. So.
Yeah. That's right.
Public service, Joe Lerner, you get a community board one. We want to recognize your dedication, your leadership, and your impact, because you come, you show up, you participate, and we are all so much better for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank
So this is part of, for all of you who showed up for the public session, and for all of you who showed up wondering, is this the only time you need to come and speak up? I counsel you to use Joe as a guidance, because Joe speaks up and comes often.
That's true.
I told my wife no speech.
That's not.
So before I left,
That's it.
she said, no jokes. Anyway, I want to thank you people and all the other board members I worked with over the years. You made it possible for me to come all the time because the input all of us give together works and makes the city better, I believe. Otherwise, I couldn't be here today. So thank you for that. There are two people I want to point out, and I hope the rest of you don't hold me for not mentioning you. But Paul Goldstein and Lucy, where are you, Lucy?
Yeah. That's it. That's it.
I don't know, 3
It's
years.
in the TV.
And Lucy would tell me or pinch me, and Paul would show me the right way to go. And I'm indebted to those two as well as all the people I serve with. And I thank you so much for this. It means a lot.
Bravo.
Joe, you're very deserving. Congratulations.
What, Paul?
He said you're very deserving and congratulations. And I had the pleasure of serving with Joe for many, many years, and he's been fantastic.
Yes.
Everything that's been said is true 100 times. So congratulations again. Keep up the good work. For our current leader.
Yeah.
Did not keep Joe down.
That's for sure.
Joe was at the meetings, yelling at me from the day I got in this chair, to the day I leave this chair. Yes, exactly. All right. We'll give you all these at the end, so you don't have to worry about them there. All righty? Thank you, everybody. Thank you to all our electeds for coming, and we're gonna proceed on with our public session. We welcome you to stay because we have a nice robust room. Oh, that would be awesome. Thank you. If not, I'll have to use one of mine. All righty. And our assembly member doing what we do. She's given us a bag and nice recycled today, so Joe can take all the stuff. Amazing. Okay.
If everybody could turn off the ringer of their phone,
Pretty good.
that would be great.
This morning.
Appreciate it. No noise.
I turned mine off in advance.
Okay, so for those members of the public who have signed up before 6 PM, we're gonna call your names. And if you are planning to speak, I ask that you come and stand right there at the end of the table so the camera can pick you up, or you stand behind the board member close to the table. You will, if you're in the room, you need to identify your name, and we'll go from there. All righty, so we're gonna start with Anthony Medigo. Anthony, are you in the room?
I am, yes.
Thank you, welcome.
Keep it off, you want to come over here?
Yes, you need to come closer because The lovely two things in the center of the table are called owls and we'll pick you up.
Yes, very good camera. So I am here representing the Fulton Street Coalition, a newly formed organization. Initially focused on the safety and quality of life on the Fulton Street, Florida. I am here in opposition against the homeless shelter, or at least as it stands, a men's only homeless shelter. I know there's going to be a lot of people here speaking on that behalf, so I won't go too long on this topic, but I am a parent of 3 kids that go to Spruce. And I think this is just obviously a terrible situation to be in for our children, having to go past what could be a very disastrous area, which is only 50 feet from a school. So that's our official stance. And I have other topics that I would like to address, but I think for this purpose of the meeting, we'll keep it at that. But thanks for letting us represent them.
My pleasure, and thank you for being timely and appropriate. By the way, you only get 2 minutes during the public session. And if there's a large group of people, we reserve the right to join you together to manage the time. The next 3 people speaking would be Edmund Nam and Elizabeth York. If you are online, please raise your hand. And Eric Yu, who I know is going to be third. Okay. Let's just see if we got him online.
Eric didn't sign up.
Yes, he did.
Look, he's right there.
He said no. Maybe push the wrong button.
Maybe he pushed the wrong button. Eric said no.
All right, well,
I do.
okay.
Maybe.
Maybe there's, I can't imagine there's another Eric Yu from Southbridge Towers, but there we go. There's another Eric Yu from Southbridge Towers. Okay. I see Lucian Reynolds is here with his hand up. Lucian, I will actually move you over to a panelist. All right, Lucian.
Hi, everybody. How you doing?
All right.
Hey,
For those who do not know Lucian, he is our former district manager, who departed our fantastic location in June, but still works for the city. Go ahead.
hi, everyone. It's great to see everybody. Good going over at CB1. I hear tales of your work and exploits. I signed on because Tammy told me that you all are honoring Joe Lerner, 50 years of service to the city of New York and to Lower Manhattan. And I just want to come and salute Joe. Joe, you are the definition of speaking truth to power, and you don't pull any punches. And everyone should learn a little something about that from you. And you're well read and well prepared, and you define the conversation. And for that, I salute you. And I wish everybody 50 years of service on this board. After, well, term limits, obviously, but, coming back for more. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
Some days I will say it feels like 50 years. Okay, I'm looking for Elizabeth York if she's in the room, or Edward Nam. Last call for them because I do not see them online. Onesh, do you see them? We try and give everybody an opportunity to figure out how to raise your hand. Not seeing Elizabeth York. If you are online and we have missed you, please chat to the host and we will call on you next. But not hearing either one of them from the neighborhood, we will move on to the next speakers. The next speakers will be Andrew DeLilio. Andrew online or in the room? Not seeing Andrew online or in the room. All these people have so far signed on because they were looking for opposition to the shelter, just to note it for the record. All right, then we're gonna move to Vi. Is Vi online or in the room? You see Vi online? Not seeing Vi with a hand up online, we'll move to the next person. So now we're gonna move to the next topic. We're gonna go Erica Marshad, Andrew Lax, And then, Adam Sinowski. Okay, if you are in the room, please raise your hand. If you are online, please raise your hand.
No, that's.
It seems odd. Dial-in user, raise your hand. How do dial-in users do something?
*6, I think.
Yeah, I was gonna say *6.
If you are on your phone, please, you are welcome to dial *6. To raise your hand, so we know you are here. Without seeing any of those online, we'll just continually move on. I'm okay with that. Ashley Emerald. Is Ashley here or online? Again, if you're a dial-in user, *6 to raise your hand. Okay. Moving along.
Can people online hear us?
They should. Yeah. Proceed forward.
Right, I see only us on the screen.
That's because you don't.
Okay.
Could you just ask, they would answer, right?
But like Mickey.
Normally they would answer.
Or Paul.
It's a lot of
Okay,
people.
well, we can hear you all, Andrew, Jane just typed in. I think that's what you want, if you look at the chat.
Vlad Kogan.
Something. No.
Somebody took them all out.
Yeah.
All right, Paola and Dawn Cameron. All right, well, if they would like to speak, please put your hands up. Can't imagine the spreadsheet's going as long, so. I'm just wondering.
Possible.
I did not, but
You got it all from the spreadsheet, right?
yeah, it's based on who signs up.
Yeah.
Maybe.
It's,
Okay.
*3 is raising.
Yes,
their hand.
Oh, sorry, let's try *3. Thank you. If you would like to speak and I called your name, please raise your hand using *3 on the telephone. I have a lot of calling users, more than you normally have. So,
Sammy,
yes,
Andrew Chang communicated in the chat, should we test to make sure he can get himself off and speak with us?
Oh, that's a good idea.
He's a panelist.
yeah, he can.
Make him an
He's also-
attendee.
But somebody.
Lucian was like an attendee before I moved to.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you moved him up to it.
And Lucian, yeah, but Lucian's had his hand raised, so. Again, if you are in the public section, *3 to raise your hand if you are speaking.
So send a message in the chat, please, so we know who you are. For those who are on the phone, we cannot tell who's who because there's no name.
Let's just dial in users. Okay, hearing, yes, ma'am.
I offered to dial in and walk to the other room. Would you like to see if I could talk with that one?
No, because I know you can talk online and I know you can raise your hand because we had 2 people already do that to be moved over. The question is to make sure that whoever has signed in and wanted to speak gets to speak. And I'm just going through and checking to make sure that we have, yeah, Erica Marchad's not in the room, Andrew Lax is not in the room.
Is that this particular one?
They're from Lake Street.
No, it was last meeting.
Wait a second. Trust me, it's true. Lucy, can you take a look at the spreadsheet?
Take a look at the spreadsheet.
Huh,
You want to just have people raise their hands if they want to speak, going backwards?
that's good. It's a problem on our spreadsheet.
We have that.
Yep, but it's a problem on the spreadsheet. All right. Huh. Okay, so let me go back into our full board meeting materials and I'll refresh our spreadsheet and we'll try again. How's that? We've told people if they wanted to raise their hand. Are there people in the room who signed up to speak who have not been called on yet? Okay. Let's roll this one. Okay, so I'm gonna ask if you are here for Southbridge Towers, please raise your hand by topic. If you are here for a cannabis license, whether pro or con, please raise your hand. Okay.
I got it.
I got it. All right, so let's do it this way. I'm gonna call, we have addresses for applications. If you are here for a specific application, I'm gonna ask you to stand so I can understand how many people, or raise your hand, are here for each one. If you are here for 161 Hudson, please raise your hand.
Or staff.
Or staff.
Also, just to finish this shelter conversation first before we move on.
Yeah, I have no troubles doing the shelter first. Who's here for the shelter? Fantastic. Please stand so I can recognize you and then come a little bit closer if you can. Okay, welcome, sir. Identify yourself and for the record.
Sure. Hi, I'm Patrick Heffernan, and I'm a resident in Fidei, living in close proximity to proposed shelter at 4143 Beekman Shelter. I'm also president of a child at Spruce Street School, which sits directly across the street from the site. Councilman, I appreciate your comments, what you shared earlier regarding the proposed shelter, but you also include words like hopefully. And you also acknowledge that even your efforts for more information went unanswered. The swapping of individuals responsible for the project should not allow the department to burn valuable time while the landlord is moving ahead with its planned conversion. Note that since your team first reached out 2 months ago, we already lost one neighborhood business residing in the building, one that the children at Spruce Street used for lunch. The longer this goes on without answers, the less confidence I have that a proper process will be undertaken. The fact that they did not answer you could be interpreted as their own recognition that the shelter is unsuitable for this location and the fear of strong opposition when sharing full information would bring. My concerns at this time are surround the lack of information that has been presented to date regarding the proposed shelter at this location. I'm unclear why more information has been presented to the community. I unfortunately am assuming it's for self-serving reasons, namely to get this past the point of no return, has been done at past locations in the city. Like it or not, the city has a track record of not providing communities with information until the 11th hour regarding these proposed facilities, operating what appears to be a purposely clandestine manner. This despite constituents asking and pleading for information. We have a right to know what is being proposed, especially if it has an effect on 450 children while only benefiting 170 individuals. Rule of math would favor the children. There are other questions we deserve answers to, especially regarding the legality of the location, depending on the zoning, if potential sex offenders are residing in sleeping quarters here. I would like to ask you, Councilman, and other elected representatives that represent the members in this room and Spruce Street families, that you demand and commit to have a public hearing calling weekly, not every 2 months, to get a public hearing. If a said public hearing does not occur, I can only determine it is for nefarious reasons. Thank you.
And your name again, sir? And for the council members' benefit, my phone rang as I walked into this meeting from downstairs, and it was the department DSS DHS from our former contact. She no longer handles Lower Manhattan, she's now Upper Manhattan. They are in receipt of the council members' letter. They were fairly surprised because we did have a fairly decent working relationship with them as recently as 8 months ago. So there is a commitment that they will come to the community board and meet with constituents. And so we are attempting to partner with the council member who's been advocating on our behalf to have them come in January.
Thank you.
Stay tuned. Okay, so Anthony, Medigo went, Patrick went. Do you have anybody else on this topic for the shelter? Fantastic. We're gonna go to the next one, which is 161 Hudson. So, and if I understand correctly, there is no one here for IPN. How many for IPN? I was trying to put that out. Okay. I have Elsie Armstrong from the Harrison Houses. Fantastic. You will be first. And then, I assume Jeffrey Korn, you would be second. And ma'am, you are Meredith James. Okay, in that order. And thank you so much for coming and being so patient. I am looking at who signed up. So just give me a second. We're gonna go 3 by 3. 2 minutes each.
Okay. My name is Elsie Armstrong. I'm an artist. I've lived in Tribeca over 30 years. My husband and I bought a house, one of those federal houses, 27 years ago. We raised a child there. We went through 9/11. This proposal is the worst thing that's happened since 9/11. It's really going to ruin our lifestyle. And it's very miserable to live there. We're afraid our 200-year-old houses will not survive. We're within 25 feet of, I believe, one wall, and they're going up 5 stories. They're going to be jackhammering. These houses are both. They're wooden frame and brick. And the whole concept of building this 940 feet tower is just, I mean, I'm an artist. I can't even imagine why we need that here. It's the arguments for it are untenable. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Next, and then Diane Stein will be after that.
I'm Jeffrey Horn, and I'm also from the same set of townhouses, and I just wanted to bring to the attention of the community board some of the issues around this landmark area. That Independence Plaza surrounds it on 3 sides, and as Elsie mentioned, the proximity is definitely an issue. One of the townhouses is 22 feet from the plaza, and I think at the town meeting, the quotes that I had from one people presenting was that they said the old school building is built too close to surrounding buildings. And they would actually be setting the new towers further away from other buildings in order to be more respectful to the requirements for building distance. But looking at the 22 feet in one direction, 30 feet in one side and 30 feet in the other, it's very close. As Elsie was mentioning, there's definitely a lot of potential issues when it comes to these, 200-year-old townhouses that are wood frame that may not be able to survive that kind of construction. Second is that I want to make sure the community board is aware of this technical policy procedure notice 1088, which is just outlining a lot of the requirements around building in close proximity to historic landmarks. And there's a set of regulations around that. I'm not sure if that's one time enough. Okay, last just real quick. Third thing is that these public easements that surround the landmark area, and we'd like to hear more about if there are plans to build one of the public easements. They have an 8-story building. It would only be 30 feet deep if they respect the public easements. I'm not quite sure if they are planning to go beyond that, but we really want to make sure that the community board is pressing on the environmental impact and the use of the public spaces, which they don't maintain at all today.
Thank you. Diane Stein, I think you're next, right? Or did I miss somebody? No, go ahead. I missed. As you wish. Sorry, Meredith.
My name is Diane Stein and I live in Independence Plaza. For identification purposes only, I'm on the executive board of the Tenants Association and I'm also a public member of Community Board 1. I'm urging the community board to oppose the proposed 900-foot tower in IPN. On December 11th, representatives from Building Management presented their proposal at the Land Use and Zoning Committee meeting. They have filed a pre-application statement with the Department of City Planning to build this tower in the courtyard on the south courtyard of IPN. The meeting room was packed and there were also 125 people online. There were not only IPN residents, but people from the community, the surrounding community who would be affected by the disastrous environmental impact of this project, ranging from construction to blocking the sunlight, among other problems. Even though there's no resolution yet, I want to keep this issue on the community board's radar. I urge the committee to write the strongest resolution against this project, and I hope the full board will pass it. City planning should not consider this a non-ULURP modification. It needs to go through the full year work process and then be voted on by the city council. We do not need another super tall tower in Tribeca, especially in a flood and high wind zone. Thank you for the opportunity for this meeting.
Meredith James. And then Alyssa Kraus.
Hi, I'm Meredith James. I live in one of the townhouses, the historic townhouses on Harrison Street as well. I wanted to speak to the significant health risk to the residents of our houses. We would all be very close to development and at the ground level. There are 8 small children under 9 years old and 3 babies that live in those houses. We face the risk of catastrophic accidents, such as from falling debris or a crane collapse, which is very likely in one of the highest wind areas in the city. But also, they plan to de-water the ground to build their foundation. They're going to have to in the flood zone, and that can create destabilize the ground and lead to building collapse. And our buildings are very old, as other people have mentioned. But also, we face insidious risk from toxic dust. Even a teaspoon of silica dust can damage the lungs of a small child. But there are also risks of lead and asbestos. These buildings were built in the 70s, and even like historically, those materials are usually found in buildings built at that time. I don't know, yeah. So it does seem sort of like the end of the world to us. And I urge the council to speak against this proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa Kraus. Alyssa, are you with us online?
What's the feeling while you submitted some written testimony?
Not a problem. Got it. Alrighty. If there, I don't see, let me just double check because we've already learned today we had some stuff. I do not see anyone else who is here. Is there anybody else in the room who is, nope. Seeing no one, we're going to move on to the next topic, which is 161 Hudson Street. Doug Chattel, speaking on behalf of the Tribeca Community School, is online, and that will be our first speaker. Doug, go ahead. Welcome, Doug.
Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Oh, great, great. So thank you for letting me speak here today. My name is Doug Schachtel, and I'm one of the co-owners of Tribeca Community School. We're a preschool, as many of you guys know, for children ages 2 through 5. I'll make this very brief because there is really only one point to be made from our point of view. I'm here to support our community's opposition to the dispensary application at 161 Hudson Street, due to the fact that it is within 500 feet of our school. Our entrance is located at 124 Hudson Street on the corner of Hudson Street and Erickson Place. And according to Google Maps, this school entrance is 450 feet from 161 Hudson and therefore less than 500 feet. It's our understanding that this fact alone, that 161 Hudson Street is within 500 feet of our school, means that this application should be denied in accordance with New York State law. Thank you very much, and I'll end there. Thank you.
I appreciate the claps for educators. Totally appreciate that. We're honoring one ourselves this evening. However, if we clap after every speaker, we'll be here till midnight again. And please, I'm begging you, no. All right, Doug, thank you so much for speaking up and for taking your time. We're going to go to somebody, next is going to be Professor Nicholas Quinn Rosenkrantz. After that, we're going to do Valerie Doherty and then Elizabeth Kozak. Professor?
Good evening. Thank you so much. My name is Nick Rosenkrantz. I am a professor at Georgetown. I'm also a resident of 161 Hudson and a member of the Board of Managers. I'm speaking on behalf of the residents of that building who are unanimously and passionately opposed to a cannabis dispensary in the building. More than 40 community members appeared at the executive board meeting to express their opposition, and the executive board unanimously voted against. I sent you all a letter earlier this week, and I have hard copies here that are coming around if they're for your convenience, urging the full community board to follow the recommendation of the executive board. As the executive committee noted last week, and as the prior speaker noted, cannabis dispensary in our building violates section 72(6) of the New York Cannabis Law because two schools are within 500 feet. That should be dispositive, but we urge you not to rely on that fact alone. Rely on as many grounds as you can for purposes of the state agency review. We ask that you note also first, the residential character of our building with some 22 children in residence, including 15 children under 10 years old. Mine are 5, 3, and 1. The residential character of the surrounding neighborhood, which is dense with daycare centers and nursery schools and kindergartens and elementary schools. The fact that a cannabis dispensary is independently forbidden by the governing documents of our condominium. And I really want to stress this point. The owner should have known this. I wrote him a letter about this and detailed the legal arguments against this based on our condominium documents. He had every opportunity to know and every opportunity to warn his prospective tenants about this problem. So I want to emphasize that point in particular. I wrote that letter about a month ago. For the problematic ADA access to the space, which is actually 4 steps up from
You're out of time.
Ground level, I'll be 30 more seconds.
It's okay, but you're at the and you have other people who are going to speak, and you have submitted your testimony on file.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
All right, so we actually also have the applicant here. So we're gonna hear from Wei Hu. And after Wei Hu, I believe you have, and I'm gonna apologize, Sezwin Lee?
Yes, Wayne Lee.
Sezwin, thank you. I'm sorry if I butchered that. Welcome.
Thank you, Community Board, one for your time tonight. My name is Wei Hu, here with my client, Cesar Lee. First and foremost, we want to say is your community comments and input were widely heard, were loud, and we clearly stand in position. Unfortunately, right now, the matter of our landlord, we cannot withdraw our application. The landlord has requested us to proceed, or otherwise he has threatened to withhold our security deposit of $100,000. None of these facts were known to us. None of these sentiment against having dispensary was ever known to my client or I. But honestly, there's quite a number of vocal voices here in opposition. Unfortunately, here we must persist in our application because we cannot afford to lose whatever $100,000 security deposit. And our landlord has threatened to sort of capture all of that if we did not, go through our process on application. Thank you very much.
And you're speaking for both of you, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Elizabeth Cruz?
Yes, it is unbelievable. I'm going to say it.
First, I want to say thank you to the applicant actually for coming.
Yes.
And for telling us what's going on. And I'm sorry that you're in this position. We can't do anything for you. I'm sorry, but continuing on, Elizabeth and then Valerie. Dr.
So thank you to the board in advance. My name is Elizabeth Kozak. I'm a resident of 161 Hudson. I have 2 young children, aged 2nd and 3rd grade. So I'm speaking as a mother and a concerned resident. I moved here 3 years ago to raise my family in a safe, family-friendly neighborhood and family-oriented buildings. And obviously did not consider the likelihood of a dispensary opening up in the lobby of our building that is actually shared with the commercial. So the first thing I want to highlight, our building has a shared lobby, and so I'll pass a couple of these photos. We have a shared lobby with a commercial unit. And given the high volume of cash on site, I worry about safety and security in our building, knowing that the commercial unit entry door is 20 inches away from the sole elevator that we as residents use every day. More concerning, it's also down a hallway. So as a woman out of visibility from the street site and from the front door, it's concerning me in terms of my safety. Second, this is a family environment, as has been discussed by Nick and others. The prior two tenants of the commercial space they were a bit of a pediatrician's office and a children's cafe. Between the two schools and our building are actually a number of different kid-oriented stores and services. So 2 clothing stores, a kids hair salon, the little gym, which provides classes for kids and toddlers. And then lastly, I'm concerned about higher vehicle and pedestrian traffic. As many of you know, Hudson and Lake Street is already kind of rife with safety concerns because of speeding traffic coming out of the Holland Tunnel and on Hudson Street, and then we get Holland Tunnel traffic. So I can already envision double parking as patrons do a pit stop on the way to the dispensary in our building. And the dispensary will likely force me and others to move out of the building to protect our families. To help the applicant get out of your lease, the whole community, unfortunately, and I'm sorry for the predicament that you are in, but the whole community is against you. And we have 630 signatures here to show that this is just in a matter of time.
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes, 600. Yes.
Number.
The number of signatures we have is 638 as of about an hour ago. And
You're
it's
outside. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so we've Elizabeth, Valerie, and I think those are the only ones I have who signed up about 161 in advance. Sir, what's your name?
Brad Miller.
I don't have you signed up before 6 p.m. Do you have anything to say that has not been said thus far? Are you from a address?
Different address.
Please go. And because I don't have you signed up, please say your name loudly.
Sure. Brad Tully, a resident of 28 Lake Street and a member of the Board of Managers at Cobblestone Lofts. We are against the application as well for 161 Hudson on the basis of everything that was said in terms of schools and traffic. And we wanted that read into record. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please, yes, don't chat. Ma'am, your name?
Alicia Cornrich, I had also signed up.
I'm just
She
saying.
called me a couple times, I'm Valerie.
I know, you signed up for public hearings. Go ahead, you're from Vestry Street, correct?
Yes.
All right, please.
I'll be very quick since I know a lot of people have voiced some of these concerns. I'm Alicia Cornrich. I'm a mom of a 6-year-old at PS 234. I'm on the PTA there as well. My younger daughter is at Reed Street Prep, and in between went to 52 Chambers, another DOE school in the neighborhood. And we're expecting our 3rd child as well. I'll be very quick with some of the things that we haven't touched on yet, but one of the comments that the applicants made last time was that TCS Tribeca Community is a daycare, which the rule should not apply to. However, Horizon is actually a city facility, which is 479 feet from the proposed dispensary. It is not only a city pre-K, but is a city 3K as well. So it has 2 classes of city-approved DOE that follow into this law. The second thing I'd like to say is with the ADA compliance, and I know they started to touch on it, but it says that a dispensary shall be located in a store, the principal entrance at street level. This is actually 4 large steps up from the street. There is no way to make a graded ramp that is actually appropriate for this as well. It's much too steep and there is no additional space for an extended ramp. So I do want to call it out that ADA does not have any compliance here as well. In terms of the traffic, my daughter was actually hit by a car on Hudson. There's a police report filed as well from Hudson and Erickson Place when they were turning. So car ran that light and hit her stroller. She was 3 months old. So I will voice that this is a real concern. We've been working on this for over a year as a committee in terms of filings, meeting with the police, meeting with independent contractors, anyone we can. And then the last thing I'd like to also raise is that there is a park as defined as a public open space right across from the dispensary. The facility, which is maintained by the Port Authority, so another city government, is used by both Tribeca Community, Bright Horizons, the Little Gym, for chalk, for lessons, for collecting things, and having that in this proximity, I think also goes against the regulations for the requirement of this law. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alicia. I've got Alicia, I've gotten Brad. Okay. I'm looking for anyone else on this topic. Apologies. And please keep in mind, you must have signed up before 6 p.m. Janet. Janet Chan? Janet Chan, are you here or in the room? All right, moving on. I think that's everyone I have, just to make sure, from about 161 Hudson in the room, correct? There you go, sorry, I called your name before.
Hi, thank you for your time. I don't know if there's anything I can say.
Your name again.
Sorry, Valerie. I don't know if there's much else I can say that hasn't already been said. I live in 169 Hudson, which is 2 blocks north of the proposed cannabis dispensary. My children go to Tribeca Community School. They enter at 124 Hudson Street, which is within 450 feet, like we've said before. The last thing I thought of when I moved to this family-friendly neighborhood was that I'd have to walk through a cannabis dispensary with clouds of smoke, with unseemly people. This is a family neighborhood. It has absolutely no business being near so many schools, so many gyms, so many family-friendly places. It's a community that has no business there. We vehemently oppose it. My entire building does. And that's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Valerie, and thank you for coming. All righty, moving on from 161, we're going to go to Don Lee, who is in the room. Don? Hey, Don.
Hi, everyone. I'll be very brief. I'm here to speak in opposition to 378 Broadway, and I urge the entire board to do likewise. The reason for that is the same reason that you have heard about the other, what you just said, so I'm not going to repeat all of that. But here's the key thing that you should know, that the applicant did not even post any notice prior to coming to the company before. If they cannot do the most fundamental, notify people, where's the confidence they will actually engage the community with anything when there are problems? And we know there will be problems. Just very briefly, I am a Red Park City resident, but today I'm speaking on behalf of Homecrest Community Services. We've been advocating against all the illegal shops that's been happening in Chinatown. We've been dealing with this for a year now. And just to give you an example, one that was actually shut down, didn't get shut down, but it's been over a year where they were found guilty selling. And we already spent for this one nonprofit $20,000 in legal fees, and they're still open. So there's something terribly wrong. But that aside, today I want to share with you is that this is 378. The applicant said it here, and I was meeting the other time where I heard that they were saying that they were in the Harley Davidson building, which is not 378. The Harley Davidson building is actually 376. It is a 163 unit condo. So people with 22 units have a problem. Think about 163. This condo was built in 1990. And the reason why it's built here is because the historic lack of planning for Chinatown, that was the only space in 1990 they built that building, that condo. So I actually look at that space when I was considering buying a condo. So I know that space well. Also, as you can see, if you Google it, you can see a huge, we say huge in Manhattan size, public
Sorry,
space.
you're out of time.
So right across that,
You're out of time.
so right across that is a public space. So I urge you, if 22 is not good, 163 is not good. I urge you to all vote against the fact that.
Thank you. Thanks, Don. All righty, next is Randall Blanding.
Hi, I hope I'm in the right place. I'm the principal of the Hawthorne Country Day School. We just moved from 156 Williams to 233 Broadway. Our school serves autistic students, okay, some severe, some nonverbal. And I'm here, I guess, I'm hoping in the right place. When we moved to 233 Broadway, we looked at Barclay and we worked with the Department of Transportation to change the parking signs on the north side of Barclay Street to accommodate our buses. Our buses are small. We have about 15 buses that come every day, bringing our students. Our students are escorted on the buses and off the buses every single day, okay? I am a hands-on principal. If you walk by the corner of Broadway and Barclay, you will see me there between 8 and 9, and between 2 and 3. Here's the problem. The DOT was great. They put up signs, no standing, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. We were ecstatic. We were like, okay, this is going to work. Little did we know that agencies put their placards in the windows and actually sneer at us. Okay, and say, I can park here, I'm on the job. They're not on the job, okay? I respect the police, okay? My family was firemen, my father was an educator, okay? But they are prohibiting safe access for our students. We have to double park our buses and escort our students through the cars to get to the sidewalk. It's extremely unsafe. So we thought we were in a good place until traffic told us, I cannot ticket those cars. Those cars cannot, they can park there whenever they want. And I'm like, you know, who obeys the rules here?
You need us. Okay.
You know, so I don't know what code it could be done. No standing 7 to 7 is not working. I don't know if it could be delineated as a school zone or a bus drop off for certain times from 7 to 9 and from 1 to 3. That would be great. But again, I am out there every day. I'm not young. It's cold out there now. Okay, to make sure my children do not elope.
Yeah.
Because autistic students do run. I will not have one of my students get hit by a car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a lot of pictures. Okay, we put notices on all of these cars.
Do me a favor,
Sure.
give us the photos. This is Zach Baumer, our DM, right here.
Okay, great.
Please give them to him. Certainly, let's set up a call. You definitely need to change those parking signs. We will help you advocate with DOT. Before you even got everything out, all the board members around the table were almost chuckling. 'Cause we're like, you know, we are well aware of the situation. I'm sorry. It is a beautiful location you are at. We are delighted you're in our neighborhood. You do an incredible amount of greater good. So we will, we'd love to set up a meeting with DOE, DOT, and figure out a solution for you.
I mean, we've been in contact with the mayor's office. We've spoken to everybody.
City council.
Facilities.
Yeah.
We've spoken to everyone. So again, I appreciate your time.
Yep. Thank you. We'll hit you up right after the new year.
Awesome. Okay. I'm still going to keep my kids safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, Yasmin. Yasmin Nally. Welcome. Hey, people. If you're whispering and muttering, it's right all over and we will not be able to hear our next consent. Okay, Yasmin, welcome. Please
Hi,
introduce
everyone.
yourself.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for letting us speak. I'm going to be trying and be very quick. This is about 25 Ann Street. I'm the president of the Board of Managers. I represent the 9-unit and occupied building, the Edgar House condominium located at 25 Ann Street. Once the application made the permit for the empty retail space in our building was rejected, thank you, by CB1. We recognize that there may be further applications for retail dispensaries to open in this space and that OCM is available for appeals cases. I would like to present 3 points for the record, please. First of all, notification concerns. We were not given notice until day of. As the other gentleman noted, we would just like to understand what is so first of all, a strong objection to the lack of adequate respect for notification. And I'm asking for the record if there are any rules that govern required notification to owners, residents in the community. Point number 3 is with regards to our building, security concerns within the building. And I'd like to ask for the record, how developed does the security plan from an applicant and landlord need to be, especially if it involves significant construction or expenditure to separate commercial and residential spaces adequately? There's much more information in written record, which I'll hand in. The main point that I would like to make today, please, is second, zoning concerns. We recognize that CB1 has additional distancing guidelines, such as cannabis shop not being within 500 feet, so on and so forth. It's all in writing. But I would like to say that the OCD rule regarding being on the same road and within 500 feet of a building and its grounds occupied exclusively as a school. I looked up the New York State education law, looked up school grounds. We have this understanding, and I know I'm about to run out of time, so I'm just going to say it's all in writing. We have several maps because we also have a house of worship within 500 feet. We also have Millennium Park within 500 feet and Formica School.
We missed the house of worship on our resolution, so absolutely, please give us that.
So here, Millennium Park is within 500 feet. We have other schools. The one that the applicant noted was on the 21st floor. Tribeca Prep is on the 4th floor. We measured it. It's under 300 feet. And as far as proximity, we're on the corner. We share an address with them because we're 25 to 29 Ann Street, as well as 105 to 109 Nassau Street. So that should settle the issue of being on the same road. Cool. They're right next door. The maps are right here, and I can show you how. Thank you. Thank you so much for your time.
That's the 25 Ann Street.
Remember, he was accorded.
Can you please come back?
I'm gonna put in
Put everything in order. Okay, great. We have, Ariana, are you in the room about 4143 Beekman? Are you? Not seeing Ariana or her hand. Wendy Chapman, take us home to the end of the public session. Oh,
Ariana's on
is it Mariana or Ariana?
Ariana and Mariana.
Okay, so Ariana, please raise your hand with star 3. You are next with Mariana Dementum. After that, Mariana took her hand down. Okay. Never mind. Audrey, Ariana, are you planning on speaking? Okay.
Mariana?
Yeah.
Okay, Mariana, you can unmute. Go ahead.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you? I'm Ariana Husband. I've been a resident of the community 20 years. I currently reside at 150 Aspen.
You need to step closer to your microphone, ma'am.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. I would like to voice my concerns about the male-only shelter that's set to open. I think it's completely irresponsible considering the location. And also what we've seen downtown since COVID has been an increase of crime without much help from the NYPD in enforcing laws. We have another shelter on William that's not too far away. So we already have precedent of what's going to happen to this area. And unfortunately, it's becoming more and more uninhabitable since COVID. And this is only going to continue to deteriorate efforts in bringing life back to the neighborhood. So I ask that you guys really help us get more information because I know a lot is happening behind the scenes. And we don't have any information or transparency into the contracts, who they were approved at, and what was considered in the process. Sorry, that's my son. But in all reality, I don't think the community is being well represented. And if you actually look at the number, most of these city contracts, they're not beneficial. This is also a waste of our tax dollars. So I'd like to potentially have more information at the next community meeting and have somebody responsible in getting this information for the community.
Thank you very much. We look forward to your participation in January when we expect DHS and DSS to return to us. All righty? Okay. So I believe the last person to speak is Wendy. Take us home.
So I just wanted to say on the budget priorities, and we've all worked really hard on that, and I've put that in, but at the latest meeting we had, we were talking about composting, cutting, and parks. And as we know, there's many things that we need our parks and need our environment, quality of air and public spaces and all that good stuff. And I just wanted to speak one more time out loud to say, could we make sure that we support our, natural environment, especially the Gotham Park and the many other parks in our neighborhood, and focus on the composting and quality of life, air quality, all that good stuff in our neighborhood because we enjoy our public spaces. Thank you all.
Wendy, thank you for ending it on a high note. Thank you for being patient through the public session. We passed a resolution on the composting. We have it in our budget priorities, and the next step is really to work with the council member on the budget tweaks that need to be, because we have already submitted ours and our things. Obviously Gotham Park is in there, so is Penn Square, so are almost all the parks in our district, because a lot of them need some serious repair and help. I mean, you walk through City Hall Park, and when you get to the far end, I mean, it's like, it's very, transversal. So we're looking to work with our council member on the next step, and particularly to take a hard look at budget cuts. We have heard through the grapevine that it's not going to be pretty, and those discussions will happen in January.
Thank you.
All right, so with that, we're closing the public session at 7:23. Let's stop the timer. Let's put the agenda up. Let's start our business session. I'm going to ask, because our council member has already given their update, I think that we're in really good shape. I don't know if Andrew Chang is in the room, if he has any updates from the borough president. Not seeing,
Hi, Tammy. I'm actually online right now.
I never know where you are when we're in your office.
Yes.
Thank
Yeah.
Okay, welcome in.
Thank you all for having the borough president present the proclamation to Joe Lerner. Yeah, congratulations, Joe. 50 years. So hopefully after term limits, you can come back on once they restart. I just want to announce two quick things since I know it's been a long meeting thus far. One is that the deadline for capital funding grants from our office is February 22nd. So this is for capital funding projects for schools and nonprofits and city agencies. Capital expenses are physical things that you can pretty much touch. So like printers or large equipment and whatnot. So the deadline is February 22nd if you want to apply for capital funding from our office. More information is on our website. And then the next and last thing I want to mention is that 2 days ago, the borough president released a plan regarding how to address the mental health / behavioral health crisis in New York City. There's about 5 main proposals in the plan. I'll briefly mention them. So the borough president asked for expansion of psychiatric care, which would create over 600 new inpatient psychiatric beds. He's asking for a way to address the clinical staff shortages across the behavioral health workforce. And then he's asking for supportive housing development, which includes the acceleration of the construction of supportive housing projects to create more housing units. And he's asking for community-based programs that would include peer-led programs and community-based programs for continuous care, and more expanded and enhanced street outreach that would have more teams out there to provide support for 1,500 New Yorkers in need, especially those facing chronic homelessness. So this entire plan is called Breaking the Cycle, a plan to address New York City's behavioral health crisis. The entire plan is on our website on the initiative section. And if you can also email me and I can send you the link to a report as well. And that's my report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Questions in the room?
Yeah.
Oh, before I forgot to say something. We started the business session, and if you are a member of the public here, the business session is only for the board members to ask questions. Sorry, I want to make sure that I get this right. If you are here for an application and you are required to be called on for information, the chair of the committee or the chair of the board will call on you, but please do not speak out, do not clap, do not incite. There we go.
Yeah, hi, here's Richard Corman. About that mental health plan, which is seems like a great proposal. Some of it, of course, is going to require, I think, legislation, but a lot of it is just going to require money. Has the borough president earmarked any funds for this?
I can look into it and get back to you, Richard. I can't speak on, I myself cannot speak on that, but I can look into how much, if we give out any funds regarding this issue or not.
Okay, thanks.
All right, anybody else have any questions for Andrew? Okay, hearing none, off we go. Do I have any other electeds in the room? I don't, Dan, you're good, right? So I don't see any online either. Let's proceed forward. Zach, ready? District manager report.
In the spirit of the holiday giving season, I am going to forego my report.
Our guy.
But I just want to say it is an honor to be such a piece of Joe's
time at CB1. So congratulations, Joe.
Okay. Roll on. Thank you, Zach. Oh, we did not. Thank you. Our assistant secretaries reminded me that we have to adopt the minutes. So do I have a second? I need a motion for a motion.
Motion to adopt the minutes.
Okay, roll call. Take it away.
Amoruso. Yeah. Blank.
Blank, yes.
Brown Kennedy.
Brown County, yes.
Cameron.
Cameron, yes.
Cassell.
So, yes.
Chang.
Chang, yes.
Thank you, Sarah. Chapman.
Chapman, yes.
Verkoudian.
Charcuterie, yes.
Cole.
Oh, yes.
Coleman.
Yes.
Foreman.
Foreman, yes.
Kucha.
Pucha, yes.
Curtis.
Curtis, yes.
Herman. Flores. I saw Bruce here.
You may have gone to the back. Keep going.
Flores. Flynn.
Flynn, yes.
Forsberg.
Forsberg, yes.
Friedman.
Foreman, yes.
Galloway.
Galloway, yes.
Goldstein.
Goldstein, yes.
Grayson.
Grayson, yes.
James. Joyce. Jew.
You, yes.
Kay.
Okay, yes.
Canal.
Canal, yes.
Pennell. Lerner.
Lerner, yes.
Congratulations. Lewison.
Now, yes.
Wynn. Lyon.
Lyon, yes.
Mahoney, yes. Meltzer.
Yes.
Minsley.
Minsley, yes.
Moore.
That's it.
And Daya. Porshikori.
That's me, Ushma, yes. Sorry, I didn't recognize how you pronounce my last name. Sorry.
Okay.
Porshikori?
No.
Am I doing that right? Robinson. Rossi. Shear.
Sure, yes.
Star. Jimmy Son.
He's on here.
Here, yes.
Yes. Okay.
Virasol.
Here, yes.
Thompson.
Yes.
Townley.
Yes.
You.
Yes.
Zelter.
Zelter, yes.
Come back around. Herman. Everyone else is absent, right?
He's still downstairs, by the way.
Leave it open for Ernie.
He was here.
He is here.
Want to make a phone call?
Yeah, he'll-
He's got to be here. Motion passes 36-0-0-0.
okay, awesome. Let's rock and roll. Thank you. I'm just so excited to keep going. It's the season of giving. December, let's go start our slides. So, I wanted to, I'm just gonna say for the district manager's report, holy guacamole, have we put Zach under the firing squad month of December. So in 3 weeks, he rocked. I wanted to share just, it's been 3.5 weeks since our board meeting. It's been kind of crazy, but the fun thing is I had somebody send me a photo of Lower Manhattan from an airplane. So I'm sharing that one. The second photo is the beautiful open sky and space that we have at the very tip of our space. And when the mega jail will be built, that photo that you see in the middle, there will be no air or light in between the buildings on the right. It will completely obliterate it. And I think it's super important as we walk through the neighborhood and we take a look and we appreciate Community Board 1, where we grow and where we don't. We have beautiful areas like Zuccotti Park, which is photo, with the trees are gorgeous. Open air is a major aspect of what we enjoy in Lower Manhattan. With that, my next slide. Okay. If you were around in the last week in November, there was a design guideline meeting. The public deadline, comment deadline is this Friday. I am begging every person who hears this meeting, every person in this room and anybody who attended the public session, please scan the QR code or go to the website and make sure that you comment on the jail system. We've always had a jail, or at least for 4 years. We're not complaining about the jail. However, at the current height, the mega jail remains unchanged at 350 feet tall, minimum of 886, but we've already been advised that that will increase. The 2019 budget is $2.8 billion just for Manhattan. So when we're talking about all the budget cuts that are happening to the essential services that we need in New York, the budget is actually increasing for the mega jail. And we call it the mega jail because it will be the tallest jail in the world, right here in CB1 on the Chinatown Civic Center border. So once again, I beg you to do your community service. It won't take very long. Go look at the designs. Please provide comments. I don't think we need a 45-story glass tower at the edge of Chinatown obliterating light and air. And with that, my next slide. Yeah. Joe! Joe, there were many pictures. And I would have to say thank you to Cora. Because Cora looked through Bob Schneck's photos and sent. These are three of my favorites. I had some at community board holiday parties, at some of the tours we've taken in the buildings that they've constructed. So I figured the hard hat was very good. That's from the Trust for Governor's Island on that tour. And Joe asked me a question, and I hope that you all be like Joe. Ask the question, argue back if you don't agree, but be polite and respectful and funny. With that, I close my chair report with much gratitude. All right. Cannabis. We have a lot of stuff happening. I want to say thank you to the board members who have been willing to step up and help read resolutions, help draft and craft, and to Zach, who I'm surprised he has any time left after this month of comings and goings. The pipe closes a little bit, so everybody knows. We may have January that could be, yeah. Sorry.
Clear the air.
Right. January, we will have cannabis applications, but then because the deadline has closed for applications, we should be able to have some time off. And we have asked our state electeds, because we passed our guidelines, which is the first resolution for community board guidelines, and we have asked our state legislators to really go take a look at what the education law is, how their legislation and laws were written, and to ensure that cannabis stores are not deemed equal to a restaurant, because it is not the same thing. Okay, so does anybody have the cannabis guidelines resolution questions on that?
Yeah.
Bob?
I'm gonna save a lot of people a lot of time. I thank you for staying. I heard till 1 a.m. I'm gonna vote no on this. I don't think that these guidelines protect children and adults from gummies, which should be illegal, and from high potency cannabis, which should be illegal. And I have learned in my research so far, not my words, but neuroscientists' words, that what they're selling in the store is toxic. And so I'm gonna vote no on this. I don't think these guidelines do it, but with full respect, I want to keep it quiet. I'm not gonna suggest changes to it. I'm just gonna vote no.
And I actually super hope, Bob, that you'll be parts of the dialogues and conversations that we have going forward to see what our state electeds can do to provide some sort of framework for sanity.
Gummies should be illegal.
I discovered some interesting things last night from a rep from the UFT who told me directly that they're not allowed to smoke anything within 150 feet of a school building, no matter what kind of a school building it is, whether it's in a mixed use or exclusive use. And yet, I don't think the state then, it is untenable to me for the state to have then said, oh, that's okay. It's exclusive use. You can just park your cannabis store right next to the nursery. That doesn't make any sense. Mark, you have a question on the guidelines?
School building.
Yes.
What's the definition of that? Does it have to be a city or state, or could it be a
Jared.
private run nursery school?
Over here. Jared is going to answer that question for you.
Okay, so the answer is, according to the law, that it is a fairly broad definition. It can be a public school, it could be a private school, it could be a nursery school, it could be a preschool, it could be an elementary school, it could be a secondary school. The law is quite broad.
And it's within 150 feet?
It is 500 feet.
500. Is it as the crow flies, or is it door to door? Like SLA will.
Yeah, I mean, Colin's right, indeterminate on some level, because the law itself is silent on it. The regulations attempted to address it, but didn't fully. And then the guidance offers a slightly different definition than the regulations. So there are a couple different ways that one can interpret that. I'm not gonna offer an opinion in that respect, but it's very vague. But the law ultimately controls, and the law says 500 feet, so take that as a minimum.
So I don't have to ask for each individual, resolution. Was it researched if there was, a school within 500 feet of all of these addresses?
Yes.
Oh, okay, it's addressed in the resolution?
I asked the applicants.
From the applicants, no, from us, we tried. So I will say we are an imperfect body. We have done our best.
No, I
And
understand.
I can say that, I mean, I was not real smart by 11 o'clock at night. I mean, I could barely measure on using Google Maps at that point, and we were here till 1 in the morning, so.
Turning into CB2.
And I'm grateful I'm not CB2.
You don't need.
Yeah. All right. Mark, any other questions?
No, thank
You're
you.
good?
Thank you.
Jess and then Richard.
I brought this up with you guys. I think it just didn't make it in because there's a lot going on, but, in the therefore be it resolved, the mention of the legally binding affidavit. I think we should be more specific. There is a provision of the law that actually allows them to put restrictions on, and I
Put
think
it in the record and we will adjust. So tell me what it is.
I don't remember the exact section, but it's like section 125 maybe or something like that, but I can find it and just cite it.
Okay.
Because
You sent it to me?
yeah,
All
I
right.
think that too. But I'm fairly certain based on the meeting we had with the OCM that they don't know about it, so we should probably cite it.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. If you can find that email so you can read it into the record, or I'm looking for it as well, we'll take care of that. Richard, get next.
Yeah, so, forgive me, maybe other people have been able to go through this and understand it, but I haven't had the time to do that, since I saw this document. So I really don't understand what we're trying to accomplish, and I would hope that, could you explain to us what the essence of this is and what they're trying to do?
Sure. So, the law, the guidance, and the regulations are all different. And they all have interpretation gaps. So we have gone by the law and the interpretation of 500 feet is based on education law, which is what the law says. Not their guidelines, which also differ from the regulations, which differ from the law. And they have changed the guidelines midway through from when they opened up the pipe of applications. So we said, we're gonna have to make a stab at this because we can't be arbitrary. We have to apply the same rule. So these guidelines outline our 500 feet is from all schools, period. We're going by the education law. We are going by a youth facility is a youth facility. Because there's nothing in New York City that does not operate well unless it's, quite frankly, for the most part, private-public partnership. We'll use Manhattan Youth as an example. Manhattan Youth or Trinity Commons are both public youth facilities. They serve the public, they're youth facilities. They also serve seniors, but they're also youth facility programming. So does having senior services on there eliminate them from being a youth facility?
No.
No. And so we go through this and we list, that's what these guidelines are for, that outline our understanding of how the laws are and how the community board role is. There's two, I have the thing that Jess had sent, so I'm gonna read that in. Because there was also a lawsuit that we all looked at that was done by the 125th Street bid. And the judge ruled that no ruling could be made about anything until after the community board opined on the application. So they could, the bid couldn't do anything until the community board opined, because that's the role that was put in there. So here's two things that Jess had sent me, and I apologize because I didn't get them in there. As it is a privilege under law to be registered, the board may impose any such further restrictions upon a registrant, licensee, or permittee, in particular instances as it deems necessary to further state policy and best serve the public interest, which is what our role is. So.
That's the actual provision of the law.
Right, so we're gonna change what says legally binding affidavit to stipulation to be more recognizable and accurate. And therefore be it resolved, the CB1 urges the Office of Cannabis Management and Control Board to exercise the power pursuant to Law 125.9 to incorporate such stipulations into the relevant application. And at the very end, it was, we're gonna remove the reference of public nuisance,
That's-
because what we're talking about is,
That's a different resolution.
oops, sorry.
And that should be removed.
Yeah, that I think. All right, so I'll add that in. Does anybody have any other questions? Alice?
As a question, comment, I wasn't there, I'm sorry, but I must say it would be helpful in the whereas, if it's a document we're going to use as guidelines, to understand where the guidelines, to your question, are based on. In other words, it seems as if there's a canopy, you've mentioned the law, guidance and regulations. Well, you should identify these as a whereas clause as to what, and I read it, there's the cannabis law, the marijuana regulation and taxation act, and whatever this impact statement is, and identify them and link them so people know from where you are going with these guidelines. In other words, that seems to be critical here, is guidelines based on what? And that's, in my mind, just in a quick.
So we do have New York State Cannabis Law 72,
but
but we
that's
can
not-
put the links in for all the laws that are there.
Yeah, I mean, you're basing it on three different, according to the office here, there's three different laws. There's MRTA, the cannabis law, and an impact statement. So it's that's what you're basing it on, or?
No.
Yeah,
Not the marijuana regulation and taxation act. There's nothing
No,
to do with
no, nothing.
So that's the act which was signed into law as of cannabis. That had nothing to do with it.
It's the New York Cannabis Law 76.
Well, okay,
That's in here, which we can certainly hyperlink in the bottom.
just make it very clear that the guidelines are based on this, much like we did with the resilience
Well,
guidelines that they're
But
based on,
here's the problem. The guidelines are not based on their guidelines.
based on your review of something. Oh,
OCM admitted on a public meeting in November 28th that their guidelines differ from the law and the regulations, and they recognized that they changed the guidelines midway stream, and that they will go back and review and change guidelines and regs
let
again.
me ask the team that's doing the hard work here, what is this
okay.
guideline?
Okay, so
That it should be
there's the cannabis
noted in
law,
the document,
right?
that's all.
The cannabis law passed by the legislature, okay? You then have the regulations, which the Office of Cannabis Management has the authority to put, like any agency, regulations in place. Then they put out guidance to guide the public applicants, community board, et cetera, on, and basically, if you read it, it's to exist on an interim basis until the point at which they pass the regulation. They passed the regulations, but as it relates to schools in particular, and a couple other areas, they did not pass it in a way that is applicable broadly in all instances. So let's just use examples, for the sake of argument and for illustration. The law states very clearly that you cannot have a school broadly defined by the education law within 500 feet. A dispensary can't exist within 500 feet of a school. Well, the law actually says only, it doesn't actually get into community center, it just gets into school and to houses of worship. You then have the regulations, which attempted to put something in there, but were not successful in putting it in there broadly. And then you have the guidance, which adds in additional qualifiers, saying that a dispensary can't be located within 500 feet of a school on the same road as the school building is used exclusively as a school. Now apply that to New York City and apply that to Manhattan. The number of school buildings that exist in freestanding buildings are fairly slim. So the question then ends up becoming, well, the legislature intended to treat, 234, which is a freestanding building, different than 150, which is in the base of a high rise. It's an absurd, type of thing to argue, right? By that definition, by the exclusive use definition, you could have a school and a dispensary in the same building, arguably. And so then you take a look at the, based on the conversations on this Zoom, we asked the question, and the response that we got was, we recognize that we intended to have it in the regulations, we didn't make it into the regulations, we're moving 500 miles an hour. We recognize that the guidance does not accurately reflect the regulations, but instead of confusing the general public and changing the guidance to match what the regulations actually are, we're gonna go back and we're gonna amend the regulation. Now, going back And amending the regulations is not the same as actually amending them. Intending to have something in there is not the same as actually doing it. And so, putting these guidelines together, we decided to follow the law because the law ultimately controls. And, you know, I don't think that any of us could credibly follow something that's not based on the law. And so, especially when you look at the guidance and it says that it's only in place until the regulations are adopted, and they were adopted on September 27th of this year. And so we were left with little option but to follow the rules.
Okay, that's very long story, but no, and really complete, and I appreciate it. I think you've hit the nail on the head. You have reviewed, I just would identify the documents you've looked at and the fact that you are following the guidance, these guidelines are reviewing the law. In other words, you have to presume this will change over time, I would imagine. So whatever you're placing this document in the whereas clause should make, what you've just said crystal clear that the guy who's coming 10 years from now has got no clue what this is based on. That was my only point. And so I would just get a couple of whereases in that identified what you just said, that it's based on the law, essentially, is what I'm hearing, plus the review of the guidelines and regulations. Okay, that was all. Thanks.
Justine, your hands up, your last question.
That's fine. You know, my question or comment is, that's my understanding of this guidance, is to say that we are looking at the law, so that when the applicants come in, when we're in the meeting, we understand what's going on, we have something clear cut to say, we are only looking at the law. And your reading of this, that was not clear?
No. But that may be just me.
So I'm asking, that was my question. It's not, if it's
Sorry,
not.
and I didn't read it really carefully. So maybe it's-
Okay.
So this is stating what our guidance is.
Yes.
And we're sending that to
OCM and our
OCM, and then they
legislators.
come back and say,
And
you're
they are
wrong, or you're
post-
right, or whatever, but we're just stating this is how we're making our determination.
Yeah.
That's what this.
Yep. We're not the only board in Manhattan who did it this way either, just so everybody's on the same page.
So can that just be in more straightforward language in the first whereas? That,
Yes.
I mean, that's, I think what Alice is asking.
Yeah, I
Can
think
we just add a
it's
first,
fix whereas, put it first.
Yes,
thank you.
and yes to hyperlinks. And I think I answered your question, right? Okay.
Hold on, my point of order. We were also pretty liberal in our interpretation of that, whereas I think we were to go, as the crow flies,
Yeah, some are doing as the crow
Some
flies.
are doing as crow flies, some are just saying no.
we were giving people
There's-
lots of chances. We
there's-
were like around.
I don't know if
Yeah, we
anybody
were
saw
walking.
the article, there's a Queens Community Board who said that they thought that the entire thing was written wrong, and they will not approve any cannabis application, so.
And to the credit, some of them did show up knowing the kind of the rule.
Yeah.
That was one who did the best.
Exactly.
Tammy, I just,
You've already spoken once, I just want to make sure, anybody else who has not spoke, who has? Okay,
I'll say 10 seconds, Tammy. The first paragraph, the first whereas is ridiculous.
okay, good. Do I have it?
I tried to be brief.
Pardon?
Second.
I heard it called in second, okay.
This is just for that.
Just for the regulations, and then we go into the fun stuff. Okay, we're gonna go by affirmation on this one. I think that'll be easiest. So
Bruce.
where's Bruce?
We can go to the next one.
Bruce?
Vote from something happens.
Yeah. Yes, Ken.
If he's gonna vote, that's the most audible.
Bruce,
Please stay visible.
Bruce, first, you need to approve the minutes.
I'm sorry, I'm done with the check. Yes, I approve the minute.
Then- Okay, and that motion is now closed. Now, this question was called and seconded, and we're going by affirmation. Are there any in opposition to the CB1 guidelines? You must state your name and vote.
You votes no.
Your votes no.
Trump votes no.
Yeah, very, very good. It was Vera, Jared.
Lerner votes no.
Really?
I don't want cannabis, period.
That's not gonna do it.
That's not.
That'll do it.
But this,
I understand that, but they purposely did
Andrea?
it that way.
Okay,
So what was the last one?
you.
Right, you and Zoo, right?
Andrea Jew.
Jew, so, yeah.
Andrea Jew. Okay, are there any more abstentions? Are there any more opposition?
Grayson, no.
Yes or no?
Forsberg abstained too.
Forsberg abstains.
Disgrace.
Oh, Abstains, was, yeah, Forsberg and Blank abstains.
Brown Kennedy abstains.
Brown Kennedy abstains. I hope not. All right,
Any recusals?
are there any recusals, which means if you have an interest in a cannabis business? Seeing none. Bob, you know, all right, seeing none, motion passes. Okay, all right, next we're gonna go to the individual applications. We're gonna ask that you absolutely read these and make sure you are ready to go. 378 Broadway, and we're doing these one by one. 378 Broadway, there was, there's a Pops next door, and they agreed in the STIP that they would make sure there were no gatherings or queues in the Pops. They will have security outside the store and queue in the store. Those were some of the major things that came up. The three hands up, I'm gonna go Susan, Morton, Kathleen, Alice. And
They said that none of the tenants were informed, or none of the condo owners were informed at 378. That was one of the people who spoke, that they received no notice. And if I remember correctly, I'm trying to, my notes, I'm sorry, but we had somebody who did, that were gonna get to us before this meeting, all the petition and the signature signed.
And that's my question.
Did they give us, did they give us that?
I don't know.
And I want to
That's
know.
the next question, and we'll get that.
Are we on this one now?
We're
Three seventy-eight.
376, because my recollection was for some of them that we
378.
approved, we said we need to submit
That's correct. That's
the
correct.
signatures, so we get the neighbors.
I forgot, there's still.
Well, the application is 378, correct?
Well, where is?
That's what you talked about.
Retail, and,
Supposedly the Harvard would store.
Well, the Harley Davidson was 376.
well,
Three seventy-eight, rather.
378, that's what we're looking at.
Is this with the one with the Pops in front of it? where-
Yes,
Yes.
but they are facing Broadway, the entrance is on Broadway. The
But that
entrance
is a
not.
Pops that is 376 Broadway.
Harley Davidson is right next door, so.
It's a long
Okay,
way.
okay.
It's a long way. The Pops
The
is on
Pops
White
is on-
Street.
The Pops is on
Pops is
White.
between, is on Broadway between White and Franklin. So that's
Correct.
not what's.
That's not this. This is 378 Broadway.
Just because they
This
did.
was 378,
I want to ask.
and
because-
this is the entrance that they gave us
Yeah,
was, and they showed us the store.
they said it was a Harley Davidson store.
That's what they said.
But that's a.
All right, hold on, guys, you guys have it. All right, so Susan. Oh, Ned, will you please check if the petition was filed? All right, next question was Morton.
Yes, okay, I know the location very well. It's on the border of Chinatown and Tribeca. It's actually a block away from the proposed mega jail.
Perfect.
And a lot of, for what it's worth, there are a lot of Asian people living in the building. I spoke to Don Lee, who is very active in that community. He said people there didn't know much about this proposal. There also could be a language barrier about people knowing what to do and how to speak up. It seems to have, I know he also is very highly connected as a resident for older people around the corner. I forget the name of it, but it's mainly senior residents. And for all those reasons, I think this would not be a good location for this dispensary. And certainly the community needs to be more input on it.
More, they did provide proof that they hung up signs.
In Chinese? Chinese?
No, we don't have a requirement that they hung
Oh,
them
but
in
that's the
Chinese
problem.
at 378 Broadway.
The law is.
Yeah, well, in any event, it seems like the community has not had much input on it or knowledge of it. And I think there's more opposition out there.
So are you recommending a yes or a no on this resolution?
So you would like to turn down the approval?
Yes.
Okay, moving to the next person was, go ahead, Vera.
Yeah, I actually I'm gonna turn down this, approval as well too. It's a 24-story building, 160 unit condo, a lot of, Chinese speaking, owners and residents in that building. I don't know what kind of notices they posted. Dawn says there weren't any. but I'm sure they were not in, Chinese.
They're not, they provided proof of notice and it's in English, and I'm not, on the building. No wonder. I can show you if you need it, we can share, I can share a screen.
But the point being, the owners who came said they were not informed, period. Nobody, they didn't have a petition, nothing was signed, nobody told them anything.
This one, 78 Broadway?
378,
Broadway?
that's what they said.
Yeah, nobody showed up because we approved this one.
We approved, he was here.
This one,
But
we-
today they came.
today, one guy came and said they had no, yeah, Don Lee said,
Dawn is not just one.
no, he's a community behind him, okay.
That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
And what I, if I think it's,
You were next, continue.
my question is, did we have an answer yet if they actually followed through and submitted the signatures, the petitions?
No.
No, they didn't, or no, we don't know yet?
They did not send a petition. They did provide proof of notice of posting, but they did not do the, dated.
So my recollection is that we told pretty much everybody who came, if they did not have the signatures, but we were looking to approve them, that they needed to follow up with to complete their application and put the signatures in there. So if they did not follow up and give us the signatures of the people in the neighborhood, one way or the other, then I would have to say,
Okay.
voted in.
Who was next with their hands up? Because I had gone around the room, called 4 names. It was Alice.
I
and
was
then you
last,
followed.
then Alice, yeah.
Alice.
Okay, I want to be really clear on this. I think we need to know.
This is what.
There is a 3,752 square foot privately owned public space on that corner. That building is owned by the city of New York as 376 Broadway, according to the privately owned public space website.
Yeah.
That is a significant spot. It is clearly one of our very large and important public spaces. And keep in mind that this store is right there on the ground floor. So it's not sort of an afterthought. I think we have to identify in this, and I will ask, amend this resolution to make this very clear that the dispensary license is on the ground floor of the premises. And whereas the ground floor location is a privately owned public space, and I'll give you the exact, of 3,752 square feet on between White and Franklin Street. And I would just add that you have here that there should be no gathered circuitous, which as well, but there will indeed be such. I remember with the Harley Davidson, for any of us who remember that period, you know, forget the space, there were bikes being sold out on the street.
Yeah.
I just want to add that into the
You
amendment.
are not at the meeting at this point, or maybe you forgot, but the gentleman said very specifically that the Pops is not part of his lease.
Correct.
At all. He would be willing to have the security outside and that they would have the security, ensure there are no gatherings or queues, but they are not, the Pops is not in their.
I'm trying to say with the same, of course, they're not leasing the privately owned public space. What I'm trying to say is as a location for a cannabis store, you are opening yourself up to a public space, much like a park that would be across the street, that will be utilized predominantly by this use of, you know, lounging around. So you may think it's great, you may not, but I do think we should highlight this in the whereas, so that when we go back to look at this in the past, and it may not work, we should have identified this as an issue, and I do not think just because he's not leasing space, of course he can't lease the public space, so that's irrelevant. To me, what's relevant is he's leasing the space that gives off to the pop,
So
just to identify. Okay, that's it.
Susan.
There is a discrepancy here, and that's what I want to take note. When you zero in, okay, on the address above the space for lease, it says 376. When you go to 378, it's something else. So it's across the street. So we've got a problem here. Bernard, talk to me.
But, which is odd, because all his paperwork, including what 378 Broadway Tribeca and everything presented from the landlord is 378.
Well, so let me just finish one thing. I think that on this one, that we may have to pull it since we don't have the correct information.
Do you want, so
I would
Are you
certainly
making-
make that motion.
are you making a motion to table this?
I'll table it,
Or-
yes, because we don't have it, and I want to hear what Bernard has to say.
Well, hold on, a motion's been made to
Oh.
table.
Colin had already raised his hand to speak.
Okay, so before it gets seconded, Colin.
Time is off now. First of all, I voted yes on this and one on the rest I voted against or abstained.
Yeah.
Based on information they gave us at the meeting, which apparently seems false. So.
Well, they didn't make up the documents that the building gave them,
Right.
so, we have no way of knowing if the building is rebranding that particular space, like, we don't know, and the building wasn't there, we can try and have the applicant come back.
The second thing I want to say is I'm not doing 6 till 1 o'clock.
Okay, I hear you. Okay,
Yeah.
with that note, Susan made a motion to table.
But Bernard had something to say before.
No more questions after Bernard. A motion has been made. What's your name?
Brendan.
Brendan. Brendan, not Bernard.
Okay, Brandon.
Oh, Brandon, I don't know why I said.
I'm
Bernard.
Brendan, not Brandon.
Brendan.
Just a point of clarification.
I think.
When they came, we had actually identified because we were looking at the Levi store and they said, no, it was not that. And we have pictures saying
Yes.
the bike place. I think it's also important to know that we are all looking at Google Maps, which we've come to take as like end all be all, but it's not.
You have
So
a
I
light
don't.
switch behind you.
I didn't touch it.
I
Yeah,
have the.
so-
Okay, got you. Got
So I think it's important that we say, we identify that like they might not be wrong. Google could be wrong. So I don't want to just.
So the motion has been made to table the resolution. We will invite the applicant back for January.
Yes, I think that's reasonable.
And it's been seconded.
Google's saying let's.
No. Quiet, Mr. Forsberg, quiet. It's time to vote.
We were the people smoking.
Yeah.
What?
I'd just like to clarify, for those who mentioned that the documents that they got were correct and that what they looked at, came from the landlord. The lease that was provided to the applicant lists 374 to 378 Broadway.
There you go. All right.
Also known as 67 to 75 White Street.
Okay.
So there are three others. So it is the one with the pops. So you'd have to.
I still want him to come back.
There's a motion on the floor.
The motion is on the floor. Just note that we will have to send a note to OCM and the applicant to have, because they are out of extensions. So this will have to be a note to OCM to request, which we have been told probably won't happen.
Well, except that the motion, we just got clarified by Anesh that this is the same building, and somehow or other the addresses are linked together as a lot, so they use 378 because Mark said 60. It's the same building, so we know the
It's the
Pops
same
is there, so
lot.
why are we
Okay.
going,
that's fine.
we know that it's a Pops, that's the building, and
Do we have a BBL for it? Like, how do we know for sure what?
there is the picture.
Well, I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
Did.
It's a mess.
Okay.
You have to make.
I'm starting to lose my composure. We have a motion that was made, a motion that was
Let's go.
seconded.
Well, that's.
Second. So Susan, you withdrew your table?
Yeah.
Jeff,
What?
Okay,
she withdrew the table.
I'm hearing a fair amount of sentiment that I share that we should oppose this license. People are murmuring, so I
For
will
what
vote,
reason?
the Pops reason in particular.
Because it's next to a box.
It opens out onto a Pops. That Pops will become the lobby of this store. That's what will, and, but to the people that want to oppose this, it's not sufficient to vote no on the resolution. someone needs to make a motion to amend the resolution to turn it into a negative recommendation.
Well, you have the floor.
Yeah.
And I make such a motion.
I second.
Second.
Then let's see what the vote comes out to be. The amendment will either pass or
So
fail.
this is amendment then to
Turn it into a negative.
turn it into a negative resolution.
So disapprove the cannabis dispensary.
So you're disapproving.
The mention of the amendment I suggested in response.
Which we would be disapproving because the petition of support was not filed. Right? And
The concern about the pops,
And there was
they,
concern that people didn't see.
they
the
already
sound.
said,
I agree with Alice on that, simply because they're, of course, they're not leasing the pops.
No, but they said they.
They're getting the customers from
We
leasing the
had a
pops.
long conversation about the
well,
pops.
we can,
Can I say something about the pop?
we could say the outdoor seating is in a privately owned public space.
Yes.
That space is already used by many people who smoke marijuana.
It's private. Okay.
Do this for a vote, really.
We're turning it into a negative. So the question, do we have to roll call this?
Just need to get words.
Okay. Go.
We're roll calling.
This is
A yes
an
vote is a
amendment.
no on the.
This is an amendment to amend the resolution to be in denial.
So voting.
No, does everybody understand what this is? We're voting. This is 378 Broadway. An amendment was made to turn this into a negative resolution with the adjustments to say the petitions of support were never filed. People in the building were not notified. And we're gonna say that
The ground floor location is a private.
the building, the large Asian population, no translation.
Okay.
And the outdoor seating is in a privately owned public space.
And weed stinks.
Here we go. Amoruso.
Yes for denial, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Blank yes for denial.
Brown Kennedy.
From Kennedy, yes.
Cameron.
Cameron, yes.
Snell.
Cassell, yes.
Chang, yes.
Chapman.
Chapman, yes.
Charcudian.
Charcudian, yes.
Cole.
Yes.
Coleman.
No.
Corman.
Yes.
Kucha.
Kucha, no.
Curtis.
Curtis, yes.
Herman.
Everyone understands.
Flores, just checking. Flynn.
Flynn abstains.
Forsberg. Forsberg.
It's gone, I think.
Friedman.
Friedman, yes.
Perlman.
Roman, yes.
Galloway.
Galloway, yes.
Goldstein. Paul.
Went to sleep.
Grayson.
Harrison, yes.
Joyce.
Nothing.
Paul Goldstein, yes.
Kay.
Kay abstain.
Canal.
Canal abstain.
Capel.
Absent. Keep going.
Lerner.
Lerner, yes.
Lyon.
Lyon abstains.
Mahoney, yes. Meltzer.
No.
Minsley.
Winsley, yes for denial.
Kenya.
Yes for the denial.
Shear.
Sure.
Sung, Jimmy.
Yes, denial.
Vera Sung.
Yes, approved.
Thompson.
I'm saying.
Townley.
Yes.
You.
Yes.
Zelter.
No. Can I, amend my vote? Or is it too late? Is the owner listed? Is the one of the representative?
Yes or no?
Is Brendan the owner of the rep?
No.
Stay, I'll keep it abstain.
He's a full board member.
He's a board member.
He's a board member, Bruce.
He's amazing.
Yeah.
Shows up all the time. He's like.
It's characterized.
Motion passed. Ernie. 470.
Okay, 161.
Technically, we need to vote for the motion. All we've done is vote for the.
So now we have to vote for the motion.
It was amended.
Question. That was a vote for the amendment to turn that into a no. Okay? So then, as one of our parliamentarian helpers over here has admitted, we have to actually then vote to deny.
Yes.
Oh, I thought that's what we were doing.
No, that was.
Sorry, I would have been yes.
Deny the application.
Damn, sorry.
We do it by.
We're gonna go by affirmation this time, not roll. So if everybody denies it, you're a yes, right? Does anybody, so assuming everybody's a yes to deny, are there any in opposition of the denial? Zelter is in opposition. Meltzer is in opposition.
Kucha is in opposition.
Kay is in opposition.
Okay, are there any abstentions?
Opposition.
Are there any abstentions to the denial? Holy smoke.
Two.
Okay, on this side.
abstained here. Four.
Sure abstains. Airman abstained.
Canal abstained.
Canal abstained. Line abstained. Thompson abstained.
And Brown
And
Kennedy.
Brown Kennedy abstained.
And I'm so sorry, I would have been fine with the yes the
Josh.
first time.
Josh, motion?
I'd necessarily give me that letter.
Okay.
Like an easy.
Bunch of heads.
They didn't know their own address. We can't open a store. I know they didn't.
All right, stop. If you oppose the denial, please put your hand up again, just to confirm. But we're good with
Wait, what's that mean, oppose the denial?
Oh, no, he's counting, never mind. It passed. It passed.
Okay.
Fine. 161 Hudson.
All right.
Do we have any questions?
No. I call the question.
Good job.
What's your thing, meeting?
So all of the other, resolutions say like approval full or denial full. It's gonna go from.
Yeah.
We absolutely can.
It's a denial.
It's a denial.
161.
Say at the top of the.
Yeah.
It was all standardized across all the other ones, but not.
Whoever typed these up did a great job.
Yeah, they are a denial of the application for 161, right?
That's right.
Fair.
Okay, thank you, meeting. Mark?
Well, 161, can we just move the whereas that talked about the schools, the proposed location for 500 feet from school? Can we move that to like either the third or fourth whereas, just put it up front a little better, a little more?
Sure, no problem. Move that up to the fourth.
Fourth, I think, yeah. After the committee board received.
Yep.
And fourth whereas.
We will be attaching the letter from the board of the building, and their images and the other things to our resolution, because we are not going to be involved with the lawsuit or whatever they do. But the one thing I do think that I would like to make a friendly amendment is that the applicant represented at the community board meeting that they would be in jeopardy of losing their.
Yeah, yes, could add that.
They understood the community concerns, but felt that they could not afford to lose the money.
They were advised by their landlord. I think it should be in there.
Yeah, that's a whereas.
They were told by the landlord that they would be unable to withdraw and get their money back. So I think that's really important, especially as Mariana talks about all the time, the card applicants.
Yeah.
Being screwed in the process. This really does seem like an applicant who's getting screwed. And I felt bad for them.
But she was a card applicant or she?
No, the minority did.
It's a minority.
But I agree with it
It's
anyway.
the same thing.
Yeah.
They have adults.
A site, but it could $100,000 unless.
The landlord assured them that the site was valid.
Yeah, he did. He kept pushing it.
Okay. Okay. Does do not make me toss this gavel down the table.
Go for it.
Okay, Jess, you have your hand up. Mark, if you have anything to say, I'd be delighted to hear it if you raise your hand first.
Just a question on attaching the letter.
We're gonna,
do that? I mean, as I see it, this is like something that has nothing to do with us.
We're-
I mean, this is.
they came, they provided testimony.
Okay, but just.
So I would add that they, I would add that they, Zach, I would add that they came and provided testimony. And therefore we attached it.
Yeah.
And, that we would also be attaching the petition with 638.
58 or something.
Something, whatever it was that she said, names to the denial as well.
That's normal, you
Thank you, thank you. Morgan, did you have something else to say?
I was just suggesting that if the landlord induced them to sign the lease based on a representation that they were gonna get approval, then maybe they have a defense to get their,
Well, that's for them.
That's for them, it's not for me.
The lawyer was here, so.
Yeah.
Exactly. All right, so
Call the question.
I have a question. Alan?
Question, I just want to know if this one was within 500 feet of the school, how does it, that it allows, in other words, we're.
It's a mixed use building.
Which, so this doesn't,
So
it's not
according-
against the law.
That depends on your interpretation of the
They're not even looking at it.
regulations and rules and our CB1 guidelines.
I'm not even looking at
Okay. I think, somebody called the question, correct?
Yes.
And it was seconded?
Yes.
Fantastic. So we're gonna go by affirmation for the denial. A vote for yes is a denial of this applicant, okay? Are there any opposed? Hearing none. Are there any abstentions? Hearing none. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Are there any recusals? Oh, thank God. No. Oh, and by the way, if you get called, if you end up saying that you need to recuse off an application, your name better be on that application as a principal.
Okay.
Because all principals have to be listed on any application. I'm not gonna tell people what they can or cannot do, but I am gonna say you have to be on the application. If you're
I wish I owned that building.
to Quante Split, 3 acres resolution. This is the denial of the cannabis application at 2 Quante Split. Any questions here?
No. It's not ADA accessible and it's too close to a school.
Bruce?
Second that.
Let's go. Let's keep going. We grouped together all the withdrawals and, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, but these,
Okay, so 2 Quante Split. Any other questions?
no.
Great.
Second.
Fantastic. A vote. A vote
Yes,
yes
denied.
is a vote yes for the denial. So are there any opposed to denying 2 Quante Split? Are there any abstentions? Are there any recusals? Motion passes unanimously. Okay, 16 Murray, this is an approval application for Blackmark LLC. Okay, does anybody have any questions?
Yeah, this was, they came back to us a couple.
This is
Remind me the background, because I know there were a few people at the first meeting.
So in October, we approved an applicant for 16 Murray, a card applicant. We have heard back that from the landlord that applicant had not yet fulfilled the financial responsibilities needed to sign a lease. So they were offering this applicant a lease.
Oh, it's okay.
On the call in the meeting, there was an argument between the 2 applicants as to who got there first.
Yeah.
It was a fun night.
That's not for us to do.
Right, and,
We could
and then
approve both.
the community board found out something with Jackson, so the community, the
Right.
same people didn't come back?
She was on the call.
She wasn't all back.
She was on the call and basically, since it's a lottery system, we approve 2 people, whoever gets it, gets it.
But didn't she, my understanding is that she changed locations now to 30 Warren.
She did not come for 30 more.
Withdrew that.
Yeah, she was
The
doing.
BlackRock is a corporation, it's not a site.
Blackmark.
BlackMark.
Okay. Okay, the question has been called. Is there a second?
Second.
Fantastic. Again, same thing. A vote yes on this is an approval of cannabis dispensary at 16 Murray Street. Are there any opposition? Holy smokes.
Whoa. Holy smokes is right.
I'm surprised. I'm a little stunned by this, considering we've already approved one at that same location, but okey dokey. And
We'll learn about it.
what are the objections here?
Can I just ask you a question? One of the red thing, young, American lady, anybody with that word? He was sitting over there. She had this one.
But understand, she has no control over the lease. The gentleman who arrived this month, now has control over the lease and demonstrated it. So, Susan, you have your hand up.
So it's not hers now.
Correct.
Oh.
Is this 60 Murray? Well, Francis, wait,
This one.
this is the one where they showed up, if I'm not mistaken,
With the elevator.
with the elevator and the
And the
entrance.
people that live in the building, and there was a problem with
And
access.
we didn't understand
access
it.
to
And I-
the store, and he's gonna have to retrofit the whole elevator
Yes.
in order to make it work, so.
We have them as stipulations in here saying that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We've
Still vote
discussed
no.
all.
Yeah.
Mimi.
They had a really nice plan for the
They
whole
did,
place.
yeah.
Like, they were the most prepared out of anybody that we've had.
We can't start over this.
And everybody needs to understand for 16 Murray. By denying this one does not give the lady who came in October the lease.
Hi, you know that.
We make no decision over who controls the lease. Even if we deny this, then any of the deals that we've worked out with them goes out the window. And they could open whatever hours they want, up to 89 hours.
It's just like I always tell you with the SLA. Remember, if we don't go on record with all the information, if we're approving it that gives the specifics and we deny it, then an OCM will be worse than SLA, trust me.
And
If they get picked in the lottery, we're screwed.
And what OCM is gonna do is they've got the hopper. Let's say they have 4 applications for 16 Murray, and all 4 are approved by the community board. It's a lottery as to
Yeah.
who gets it. Once that one is cited, then anything within 1,000 feet of that is no longer valid for locations. And anybody who applied within 1,000 feet of that location will not be able to be approved by OCM because they've already approved the first one. No, we don't get to set the boundaries of where that happens. No, we don't have anything to say about the lottery. What we have to say is about the locations.
Madam Chair, point of order, I believe we were in the middle of a vote.
Yeah,
I heard a request, for.
We're actively voting right now.
For a roll call?
Yeah.
Let's roll call. No.
We gotta do it, guys.
The parliamentarian.
Okay.
But I don't know how to vote if you don't answer.
Doesn't matter.
That the other young lady agreed to now apply to anybody else that opens stuff. That would affect her again.
Stipulations are per.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to know.
Per person.
Do people know this is right across the street from the library?
Yes.
Yes. Amoruso.
No to approve.
16 Murray Street. Blank.
I'm abstaining.
Brown Kennedy. Cameron.
Yes.
So you're voting yes for the resolution.
Yes.
Cassell. Chang.
I'm abstaining, Cassell abstaining.
Okay.
Chang votes no.
Chapman.
Chapman votes no.
Farkudian.
Farkudian, yes.
Cole.
Yes.
Coleman.
Yes.
Corman.
Norman, yes.
Kucha.
Yes.
Price.
No.
Urban.
Yes. Flynn, yes.
Forsberg.
He's gone.
Friedman.
Friedman, yeah.
No.
Perlman.
No.
Galloway.
Galloway, yes.
Goldstein.
Goldstein, yes.
Grayson.
Grayson, no.
Joyce. Jew. Kay,
Kay, yes, I want to go on record.
Canal,
Now, yes.
Capel,
He's not here.
Lerner,
Lerner, no.
Lyon,
Lyon, yes.
Mahoney, abstain.
Don't say yes.
Sorry. Hensley,
Hensley, no.
Pena,
Andia, no.
Shear,
Here, yes.
Son, Jimmy. Pearson, Thompson,
Thompson abstains.
Townley,
No.
you,
No.
Zelter,
Yes.
17 in favor, 12 opposed, 7 abstain. I believe that.
Motion failed.
Else, wow. Meeting is
Smoke,
denied.
put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Next on the agenda, moving along denial. Yo,
Don't come back to complain.
Point of information, don't we need to now, have this as a denial resolution?
No.
No.
So, Mark.
No, it's,
It's not like licensing.
No. we don't have to, but I mean,
Let's do it.
so if we go to the next, Jared asked what happens. Here's what happens. We go through, we say that we did not pass an approval for this application. We have nothing to say.
Yeah.
And so if he gets approved,
He gets picked.
he gets approved.
He doesn't have to follow any of these things.
And remember,
If he gets picked,
everybody that we spoke with and worked with for approval, we negotiated down to 70 hours, which is as our right to do for a community board.
Yeah.
They have the right to open to 89 hours.
So, wait, I have a question.
Everybody in this room, we spent a really long time talking to these people, trying to get
Good.
concessions out of them, and having them and trying to get a feel for what they were willing to do or not willing to do. So if you notice, I think we only approved 2.
No.
Hopefully, Richard just raised a point that the only reason I'm abstaining on this, because I totally trusted my colleagues here 6 hours, is to know more. I didn't understand.
So basically, I mean, I don't know.
Another few, let me just finish. Another few minutes sometimes of discussion might help to understand why there was such a difference.
That's my point.
In that.
So
We're gonna put a 10-minute parameter on the game. If you have a question on any resolution, raise your hand. Get a minute, we go around, we answer the question. Susan can answer it, Brendan can answer it. Anybody who was at the meeting, Andrew Zelter was, anybody who's at the meeting can reply. But we really do, we don't want to be here till 1 o'clock in the morning tonight either.
But
No, Justine. Susan.
I just want to say for everybody, all of us who sat there that night.
Yes.
It was a very thoughtful meeting. We asked questions, and as Justine just said, we really tried to get as many concessions as we could get. None of us love this, okay? None of us necessarily want this. Some may want it more than others, I can't speak, whatever. But we really tried very hard to pinpoint and figure out. So when you vote no, I'm just gonna say it, it screws us as a community. You may not want these places, and there's no guarantee we're gonna get them, because as Tammy has told you, they're gonna go into a lottery system. But if they're lucky enough to get it, we don't get shit, pardon my language.
Thank you, Susan. Bob, I'm not gonna let you go, and Justine, I'm not gonna let you go, because we're not having a discussion about our discussions. You have a question on the next application, we're moving forward. If you wanna be a part of the discussion, I'm begging you to come to executive committee and be a part of it. We had people who showed up who were not on exec, who cared, and it was 7 hours, folks. Okay.
I respect that.
All right. So now, 25 Ann Street, clock has started. Do we have any questions? If so, please raise your hand.
Hold on.
Zelter.
And I don't know if this was considered for 25 Ann Street, but there was one of these resolutions where we had invited the applicant to come back with some type of attestation as to how far they were.
That was it, wasn't it?
Do you mind me on that?
Oh, yeah, versus the theater. Yeah, I'm right here. Yeah, it's 110 Chambers.
No, okay, so you're gonna wait, we're on 25 and you're at 110. 25 Ann was, we tried to encourage him to withdraw, and he did not. But he did confirm that he didn't do any outreach to any of the residents in the building.
And he was one of the ones.
So, one question, Tammy, let's move on.
Yep, so does anybody else have any questions on this one? Jeff, and then Rosa, because neither one of you have said anything, then Richard. You're waiting.
Just a comment and reminder, we had public speakers today speaking against, this one, in case everybody's forgotten what happened.
25 Ann?
25 Ann.
Yeah.
Also close to two schools as a reminder.
Yes.
The resolution's a denial.
I understand that.
And so, but pursuant to what Jeff is saying, I did put in here, because they did, send something in writing and speak at the meeting, the condo board of building representing the applicant did not provide proper notification posting, and it was posted the same day as the meeting violation. I will also, put in here that they were unsupported, pursuant to the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, so that was Jeff. Who did I say was next? Rosa and then Richard.
So I have a question. When it comes to something that is a denial and we vote yes on the denial, then does that go back
Right.
to OCM?
It
And
says we
that's-
turn them down.
So really, the only thing that is, I guess, questionable, that basically shits in the face of all the hours that you put into doing this, is if you approve something and then we deny it.
Correct.
Without making a motion to amend to turn it into a negative, which we did on an earlier one.
Oh, so is there any reason why we didn't do that on the?
People didn't think of it. The people that voted against it didn't think of it.
No, the first one, we changed the nature of the resolution.
Exactly, that's what I said. But the
And that's what he's saying.
the other one should have done that.
Right, so now we just have no
Okay.
comment.
I just wanted to understand the ramifications of the yes vote or no vote. Thank you for the clarification.
So if,
25
I would just like to know if anyone is a denial of this denial. Could you explain why that is? There is none.
No.
I don't know, I'm just asking if anyone is a denial, could you explain it? I don't want to have the same thing happen as we had before, where there were a bunch of people against the resolution. I have no idea why.
This was straightforward for us.
Straightforward
That was my
denial.
question, that was it?
Okay, fantastic.
That's it. I have
And
nothing
then
to say.
Justine, you get the last one.
No, I got nothing.
Okay, call the
Fantastic.
question.
Second.
God bless you. You second. Okay, so
I could-
all in favor of denial for 25 Ann Street with the notation that, we had, the representation from the residential board in the building came to say that it was unsupported in their building. And this, and it, and it's close to school. Did you
Yeah.
say that?
Yeah, we said,
Okay.
Dummies.
Okay.
Dummies for the.
Anybody opposed to the denial? Seeing none, are there any abstentions? Seeing none, are there any recusals? Fantastic, motion passes unanimously. Okay. Approval. I've got your 6 at 53 Stone Street. Clock starting to 10 minutes, hands up, Richard goes first.
Again, I'd like to ask if anyone is against this motion, could you please explain, raise your hand and explain why?
Thank you.
Which one is that?
Justine, this is 53 Stone Street.
my,
Justine and then Colin.
my question to Anej is, did we get, any kind of, petitions in from the applicant after the meeting? I'm pretty sure, I'm going from memory that I think everybody had to add stuff.
Yeah, because there's a residence.
They actually filed
They
petition.
filed petitions, so never mind, so they have people who were in support.
Yes.
Yes.
We asked them to reach out to the building, to the residential.
My building. And did they get that or they did not?
And I'm for.
Question, I want to
So,
I want to answer, okay, okay.
Stop. Justine, are you done?
I'm not done, because I think that, once again, this is one where we decided to approve it, except for we wanted them to come back with more information, more signatures, but they did get some. I don't believe anybody came and opposed them, is that correct?
Correct.
And they did have enough notice.
Correct.
And, they did change their hours to 70 hours a week.
All the
Everything.
stipulations that you see here are things that were negotiated during the meeting, correct?
So all of that is said. I'm trying to do what we didn't do last time.
Colin?
This is actually one of the few that I voted for. I didn't like it because I'm generally opposed to it. But it was dangerously close to the Millennium High School, as I recall. It was like 10 feet.
The back door,
Right.
which they said they would never be using, they would
They
only
were
be
within the
going.
regulations and the law.
They were within the regulations,
Yeah.
yeah.
All right, thank you. We're gonna go Jared, Susan, and then Daron.
The two things, the first, in respect to that, yeah, I can't remember exactly what the regulation says, but that, the William Street site really cannot be used at all.
Correct.
Yes, that's
Or
what we
that
said.
work. And then the other thing is nobody showed it, and admittedly a little blurry, the night was long, but, I believe this guy also operates a store in New Jersey.
Correct.
Yes,
I do like them.
we like them.
He's a veteran of some sort.
Yes, thank you. Susan?
Richard asked why I'm going to vote no. Because I live at 3 Hanover Square, and they did not come to us. And I felt very strongly that they should have come to us, but that's no reason.
Okay, but thank you.
Okay. No, Daron was next.
Yeah, this was background, like I know Stone Street, I can't tell you, what was the restaurant or bar that was here before in this space? I can't.
I can't remember.
I don't know.
I
It's
can't
funny
remember.
material though.
Well, no, I just, well,
No, it is, but I
Yeah,
can't.
it's on Stone Street.
was this, was this the old skinny?
No, not
place way back?
necessarily.
Great marketing.
Yeah. I'll wait for it.
You know what? They were at 10 Hanover Square. They
That'd
go
be
see
great.
people from 10.
Yeah, I
A
know.
couple.
I remember there was none. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Daron, your question, okay. Jess, and then Joel.
Yeah, just a quick question. What prompted the inclusion of this number 6, the no consumption? There, it's a retail license. They can't do that anyway, right? Was there something
He's not gonna apply for the on-site consumption,
that's what that's.
and that's what that is.
So on his application, he had checked yes that he wanted to, and then talking to us, he was like, no. So we were asking specifically to remove that from that. You can't sneak in and be like, we all approved it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
To answer Richard's question about why I'm thinking of voting no, I just don't like the idea of approving a cannabis dispensary. Now, I understand that, we have to deal with things the way they are, and if we don't improve any of them, it's sort of in SLA's hand. Could someone please explain to me how the community board in Queens was able to prevent any cannabis shops from opening?
They're not.
They're not.
They're just voting no, and so they'll get whatever they get, and they have no vote.
You have no say.
Well, all right.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
okay.
do.
Rosa, was your hand up?
Yeah.
Okay, go.
Just also in response to Richard's request that you speak about why you would not vote to approve this. I just think that Stone Street is an incredibly densely populated sort of streetscape, and that they may not allow smoking inside the shop, but you know exactly where they're going to go, which is all along Stone Street. And I just don't feel like that's a great public atmosphere, frankly, and so that's why I would
It's
vote.
well, everybody, other businesses. they
Sorry?
actually-
Yeah, it-
Sort of for what it's worth, the others, or the other businesses really liked it, so.
Or on Stone Street, right? They provide,
Yeah.
Yeah. He did get little support. Who did I say was after Rosa? Sorry.
I don't know, that's.
Discussing court and 4 minutes left.
I just want to make one comment to say that just realize that what we're doing here is when these guys are coming to us, they are being given preference for this to get a license because they're either a minority, they're in the class of people, a veteran, or the class of people who've been adversely affected by, they've been put in jail for marijuana, selling it, and then whatever. There is a basis to the law. We do nothing like we're doing in Queens. We have no say in anything, and it's in my opinion, I want to have a say. And of course, all the illegal cannabis shops that are popping up every place that are existing now, none of these can be that. If we find out that they are one of them, out, they can't do it.
Correct. Thank
So
you.
you know.
Joel? Joel, did you?
I did not have.
Morton, you had.
Just to say,
2 minutes left.
while I was opposed to some of the others, this one I'm gonna vote in favor of because I think of Stone Street as being like an outdoor party space.
Yeah.
And, it's not in front of a library, it's not by the Holland Tunnel where all those other people, the residential people came and protested. If there's a location in our community board area, which a cannabis dispensary can be, I think Stone Street sounds to me like it would be a
Well done.
reasonable space.
Bruce and Eric.
Quick general, generally, I have to agree with,
30 seconds.
I have to agree completely that there's an interesting class of people who have been selected to do this, people who have suffered from, a lot of them having suffered from criminal society, it is, or incarceration societies. So I would also, generally that I would, 50% of us smoked a lot of cannabis illegally and loved it. Now that it's legal, we're opposed to it because we're older and we're conservative. Now, as for this particular item, Stone Street, as was just said, was set up after it was landmarked to be in effect almost a red light district without bordellos.
Thank you, Bruce.
So that's my.
Richard wanted to follow up at last, and I think he was gonna call the question. So how urgent are you?
Let me go before Richard.
No, Eric was.
Yeah, I was next. No, look, this is quick. I've been voting no because I don't support cannabis use. I don't. So
Okay.
I'm torn, but I don't. I don't want to be part of it and encourage it. That's all.
That's okay.
That's fine.
I agree with Eric, and I would just say, in my moment, to be very brief today, I do not agree with the way we are portraying our need to pass these resolutions. I'm done.
Thank you. Richard?
Well, I just want to thank everybody for answering my question, because now at least I understand where people are, and I think it's important for the kind of dialogue that we need to have on these issues, and I call the question.
Before, well, I was gonna make a comment. Sorry.
Oh, nobody seconded.
No, I did, but I'm sorry.
It's second, my comment will remain with the next one too. So, okay, this is, again, this is an approval for 53 Stone Street. A vote yes means yes. Are there any opposed? Last name and vote, please.
Townley, opposed.
All opposed.
Grayson, no.
You opposed.
No.
Learn,
Behind,
Vera.
is that Anna? Oh, Vera?
learn, no.
Jimmy.
Jimmy,
Jimmy Sullivan.
thank you.
Chang, no.
Okay, are there any abstentions?
Ushma, no, sorry.
Sorry.
Brown Kennedy and Curtis abstain.
Howard, no?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Curtis and Brown Kennedy. And how are we doing? Motion passes.
Oh, it's still.
Okay, moving on to the next one. Next one is denial for 93 Nassau Street. Okay.
I call the question.
Are there any questions on the denial for this one?
No.
Hold on, we need the, I need the secretary to keep the.
We do
Yes,
this.
I mean, there you go.
This is 93 Nassau. Has everybody read the resolution?
Yeah.
Jared has a comment. I heard all of you trying to push along, but I'm not gonna go down the road. Jared, go.
Two comments. I think that when we talk about the difference between schools, there are other reasons that we're disqualified here. I feel that site is disqualified, we should state where that school is, where that disqualifying element is in the resolution.
Okay, you wanna hit that, and then that's fine. If you wanna make that,
That's in there.
does it say which one?
1, 2, 3.
Which school on it, right?
It says 109 Nassau Street.
It does have the address in it.
What the entity.
The name of it is?
Okay, no problem. We can do that. You're elected. You're a volunteer. If I remember correctly, this applicant was the one who didn't post notices, who couldn't make any decisions in the room.
Was this the guy?
Yeah.
Was he the only one who was,
He was the one who could, yeah.
Yeah.
We had the representative, the lawyer.
He's the one who kept stepping out of the room to make a phone call because he didn't know the
He's
information.
got, what is it called? He gets.
Okay, so here's one of the things that when I was going to comment at, Justine, when I was going to comment at the last one, when you take a look at, about our community, and you look at where we're approving, also take and think to yourself, if they get the license, you're protecting the 1,000 feet around it. That's the way this is the way I looked at this. So if we were going to approve one in this specific location, you can't have another legal one within 1,000 feet. So, for example, I voted yes on Stone Street because Stone Street kind of is a party street anyway. And then that protects the 1,000 feet around Stone Street. And that's what I look at the applications, other than is it near a school, is it near a church or a temple? Is it a house of worship because we have a mosque? Is it, what is it near? But also, what is it protecting? And that's something that I ask you to think about as we look forward on these. All right? So with this on 93 Nassau, are there any other questions, Wendy?
I was just wondering why we couldn't collect all the ones that we're denying and vote as a group.
Yeah. Because people had questions and.
We're almost through.
We're not. We're almost done. All right. Any other
questions?
Oh, no, we're not.
I just want to say one general thing onto your comment, Tammy, that's right, that you sort of
Wow.
safeguard 1,000 feet. But, we all know that within 100 feet, there's a million of the illegal ones that are cropping up. So, in part, something that this board should really consider is how we're going to really drum down on advocacy for enforcement in some real way. Because that's really what's happening, even though we have, well, there's an offset. So I just would love to really try to figure it out with.
Okay, I think the question was called, was it seconded on 93 Nassau? Fantastic. Is there anyone in opposition to denying 93 Nassau? 93 Nassau is not. Seeing no opposition, are there any abstentions? Seeing no abstentions, motion passes.
Yeah, it's a long meeting.
Is this always gonna happen? I just want to make a clear point to everybody, on behalf of those sitting here for 7 hours. Almost every single one that we voted down, we had to by the law. Because
By our
everyone be clear, it wasn't because we don't like it or whatever, it was because the law said there's
What
one
law?
law.
The law said, yeah, if it was in 5,
That's it.
and we found it was right across.
There's no gray area.
Okay. All right, so 99 Chambers. This is his per Canada's court. We approved this one.
Explain the corner.
So
Chambers and Church.
this is at the corner of Chambers and Church.
Oh, my God.
So it is currently a deli and there's a little tiny candy store.
Right.
And the candy store will be hooked with the deli. And it's that corner building. The front door is on Chambers Street. So where the subway entrance is along the side, he provided tons of photos. They will have an indoor waiting room in the very front and then service for people towards the back.
Tammy, is that one right next to a lot less?
Yes.
That's a very small space, so I don't know how to get up a waiting room inside. It's a super tiny space.
No, it's the whole, it's the whole thing,
It's
but it's the
all
whole thing.
the way deep. If you look at corner space,
If not-
so it's the deli, the candy store, and it goes pretty deep on Church. But the only entrance and exit is on Chambers.
But the candy store is gonna be staying there, correct?
No.
No.
Part of it, candy store.
It's part of it, Nick.
What street?
It's gonna be the entrance.
Yeah, right, the cash ready.
Yeah.
What, Joe? You get the newspaper?
No,
That's where-
they actually, all right, so they also are not doing deliveries. That was also an important aspect. They are not doing delivery of product at all, which is very unusual. Okay, they weren't doing any events or buyouts. The front of the store was a waiting room, so they would queue everything inside because we expressed concern about the subway being there.
Yeah.
So that's the application. It turns out this one was one of the later ones at night, so we have some challenges. Jared?
As I was walking by there on the way home at 12:30 in the morning, I realize that it's what space we're actually talking about.
Wait, louder, Jared, I can't hear you.
Realize what space we're actually talking about. It's right.
Oh, there's a school there.
Very,
You
very
told
close
us
to
that
close
came up.
enough to
Right near Pierce.
Manhattan Community College to.
No.
It's
Not within the 500 feet.
Am I wrong in saying it is on the way where most kids would be?
It doesn't matter.
Thinking of what you're.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah, you're
You have
correct.
to move from
You're
there,
correct.
subway stop, and you pass this.
You're correct.
Okay, just want to make clear.
Yep,
Thank
you're
you.
correct.
Grab it, go.
Convent store, like just a couple of feet down the block on Church.
If you're in.
Well, there you
We're
go.
not commenting tonight on the illegal, we're commenting on the application and the rules that we have. The
Yeah.
concern, Francis, the concern that Jared is raising is that we actually approved this in committee because we measured it only based on Tweed Courthouse and the school that's there, which it is 500 feet from, on the same block. But we did not measure it from Reed Street Prep. And this is an important thing to note, because again, it was after 11 o'clock at night. And then we looked at 101 Reed and 110 Chambers, and we denied both of them. So I'm not sure what we were thinking at that point, other than, oh God, it was 1 o'clock. But I don't think Reed Street Prep had come up yet in the dialogue.
No.
So we proved it before anybody remembered that Reed Street Prep was there.
No, I remember hearing.
And then, we
talked
okay,
about Reed.
so that is what happens at the committee. That is the part of the approval. I will tell you that there's the gentleman here from 110 Chambers who we denied, who is also trying to fight the denial because of Reed Street Prep. So just understand the folks in the room. Now,
Is it within 500 feet?
We're doing it right now.
when you measure it street, yes.
What's Reed Street? 77.
And as the crow flies,
Jared says yes.
we got.
It's close, it's really close.
It's
I mean,
on the block. It's,
you're
okay.
talking like
According to this, it's 450 feet if you just live walking direction.
Then,
Which is in with.
So, Susan.
have few amendments. Add a whereas that the proposed location is within 500 feet of Reed Street Prep, and we change it from approval to a denial. Do I have a second?
I said.
There's been 2 or 3 people who have seconded, so this is a motion to change this to a denial. That's gonna be our first vote, and then the second vote will be on the denial. Okay, so all in favor of the motion to change this approval to a denial? Hands up for a yes? Are there any opposed to this? Hearing no oppositions, are there any abstentions? Zelter abstains. Okay,
The
hearing no other.
amendment of the additional whereas.
Yeah,
So-
if it's within 500 feet,
So-
we have to add that.
Adding
too.
the other whereas, this is now a motion for a denial of 99 Chamber Street.
I so moved.
I agree.
So that's first, that's seconded,
As amended.
You get that?
As
and
a
that's amended with the school.
Reed Street Prep.
Yep,
Good.
okay. So now, it was called, it was seconded for the denial with the amendment to adding for Reed Street Prep. All in favor to oppose 99 Chambers? Do I have any opposed to the denial? Do I have any abstentions? Zelter and Meltzer both abstained.
I don't know where this fits, but I just would like to get an amendment in if it's, or is it too late, to also identify that this is within 2 blocks of PS 234 and the.
That doesn't matter.
Market, the Greenwich.
That
They
doesn't
don't
matter.
Doesn't count.
It doesn't count, but
No,
it's.
It doesn't matter.
Okay, don't care.
It
Okay,
doesn't matter.
sorry. All right. Okay, this is now the denial of Leaf NYC 101 Reed Street. This one was a little bit of an easier slam dunk because of 77 Reed, so it's right there for Reed Street Prep. Okay. All right. Are there, this is a vote of yes is for a denial of 101 Reed Street application. All right. Are there any opposed to the denial?
Which one?
Hearing 101 Reed Street. Hearing no one is opposed, are there any abstentions? Are there any recusals? Fantastic, motion passes unanimously. All right, moving along. Now you know why we did these individually. Hopefully we'll get a little bit easier. Okay, this is 110 Chambers Street. And sir, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to just stay there for a minute. If there's any questions, we will call on you. All right. Andrew has a question.
This was the one where we weren't 100% confident or certain about the continuing school, and we asked the applicant to do something a bit.
Yes.
Did we receive something along those lines?
Let's ask the applicant.
Yes, I had a survey performed the day after of the walking distance from 110 Chambers to school on 77 Reed, and it was 560. Yes.
Did you send it in?
Yes, to you specifically, also.
Really?
Yeah.
Did you send it to Man 01 or to Onej? We'll just gotta find it.
I sent it to you, Onej, Zach. We're
110.
all on the same thread.
110 Chambers. Okay, so updated step.
This is still patron?
Yes.
Does anything ever tell how big these spaces are that we're talking about? I mean, it would be helpful. Do they?
Okay, so sir, this is Andre, correct?
Yeah.
I don't see, I see an updated STIP. I do not see the survey.
Well, I mean, I got confirmation from Onej that it was received, and she sent me the updated sketch to send out, and
Okay,
my first name, Andre.
so. Okay. Yes, not the petition, a survey of how far away he is. A land measured survey. So,
Does he have a copy here?
hopefully he has a copy here.
Yes.
Okay, Onej, can you please share that? Is that the survey with the footage?
Yes.
Maybe you can share a screen. Onej is gonna share a screen so we can have this part of the public document. And then we will share a screen on what he has sent to us in a stipulation that he'd be willing to agree to. And then we have to decide if we're gonna. Yeah. Okay. No, smaller, because we're gonna see the measurements.
Are we keeping our 10-minute discussion?
No, I wanted him to.
Walking, okay, see it right there, walking distance 506.
This is just following the law, as you said, 500 feet from school. That's it.
I'll just
Was
go
it
through the whole thing.
from main entrance to main entrance?
It's from the property to the property, as it says in the law, 500 feet, 506 feet. That's what they told me to go by, and that's what I went by.
You went by our guidelines, Mark, in the law. Yeah.
And it looked like being out of the line.
Still close to that. I'm a migrant person to make a decision based. We delay this till next month.
Move the question on that.
Mark, unfortunately, we can't get extensions. All right, we have one extension that we're attempting to file because the woman who wanted to come is immunocompromised and the room was way too packed. And 2 out of 3 of the staffers had flu and were out that week, and she did not feel comfortable attending our meeting based on being immunocompromised. So we called OCM just specifically about that applicant who we're not hearing tonight. And OCM said they never accounted for anything like that in the rulings of the law, so we'll have to make a special case for that. Okay, Alice.
A couple of questions at the room for
Prison.
Joe?
questions, and I'm not understanding something. One, is there some reason we don't have to put the amount of square footage that we're talking about? Is that irrelevant? We certainly do that on other licensing applications for liquor.
It was
so-
listed on the application, the square footage per floor.
I'm talking about, I'm not asking you, actually, I'm asking our board, but thank you. I'm sure it was, but in our resolutions, we're not doing that at all. I would recommend that in the future we do. If this is a 5,000 square foot space versus 100 square feet, people might feel differently about what's going on in there, so I'd like to present that as a possibility going forward. And two, I'm not understanding that if it's 506 feet, I mean, the fact is that you are on this street with with the most lines of any subway are all convening here. It's one of the most traffic streets. You're within blocks of PF 234, Washington Market Park, Stuyvesant, and the Brooklyn College, I mean, the Borough of Manhattan College. But you're not allowed to put that in the resolution, and it's irrelevant to mention that in any of these applications. I don't understand that.
Outside the 500-foot rule.
But,
We can put whatever we want, though.
yeah,
You
I
can
just
put
don't understand how
It's irrelevant. So make a
It'll be
motion.
irrelevant.
Make a motion.
Well, I don't know that it's irrelevant, but
It's irrelevant to OCM.
well.
They have made it perfectly clear if it's 500.
I'd like to make a motion to include that as an amendment in these ones that are very close to numerous schools within feet of what you're talking about. OCM might be interested. You're never gonna know otherwise.
Okay.
Thank you, Susan.
Yeah.
Here's the first question. The first question is, this is a resolution of denial. Is there any motion that anyone on the board would like to make?
To make it an approval.
Second.
Okay, so this is a vote to a motion to change this from a denial to approval.
Yes,
Including in a whereas the survey.
yes,
Yes.
yes,
Okay.
because the survey clearly says we are, and make it clear that it is
This
not.
is just a motion to change
Yes,
to an approval based on the survey.
based on the survey, so you're gonna have to get rid of the.
Hold on. Okay, so all in favor? Say aye.
Aye. Whatever.
Are there any in opposition? Raise your hand, state your name.
Grayson, no.
Totally not.
Amoruso, no.
You, no.
No.
Chang, no.
Tammy over here.
Some no. Jimmy.
Sorry, Jimmy, you're like hiding behind Bob, and I just cannot see you. I'm sorry.
I got Grayson, Tally, M. Russo, Yu, Froman, Ju, Chang, Sung.
Two sums.
Abstain. Sorry.
I'm gonna abstain on this because I'm.
Berger, no.
And Chapman, no.
This is blank abstain.
For us. I think we need a roll call.
That's good.
Yeah. Take a motion for roll call, first of that.
I make a motion.
Second.
This is 99, this is 110 Chambers, yes.
Okay, Amoruso. Sorry, to be clear, this is a motion to change this to an approval. Amoruso.
Bob, quiet, please.
Don't change it.
Blank.
So you want to keep this.
Abstain.
Brown Kennedy. Cameron. Cassell.
Yes.
Cassell, yes.
Chang.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's your vote.
This is the motion to change this from a denial to an approval.
Oh, no. Chang, no.
Sorry. Chapman.
No.
Charcuterie.
Charcuterie, yes.
Cole.
Oh, yes.
Coleman.
Yes.
Corman.
Yes.
You're just waiting, aren't you? Kucha.
Yes.
Curtis.
Curtis abstains.
Herman.
Yes.
Flynn.
Flynn, yes.
Friedman.
Friedman, yes.
Froman.
Woman, no.
Galloway.
Galloway, yes.
Goldstein.
Yes.
Grayson.
Grayson, no.
June.
No.
Kay.
Yes.
Canal.
Canal, yes.
Capel.
Absent.
Sorry, can you mark that? Sorry. Lerner.
Lerner, no.
Lyon.
Mine, yes.
Mahoney abstain. Meltzer.
Yes.
Minsley.
Mentally abstain.
Pena.
No.
Shear.
Sure, yes.
Sung, Jimmy,
No.
your son,
Abstain.
Thompson,
Thompson, yes.
Townley,
No.
you,
No.
Zelter.
Yes.
19 in favor, 11 opposed, 6 abstain. Motion passes.
Okay. So now, let's talk, Onej, can you screen share the sticks? Because,
Which one?
110 Chambers, Mr. Sabochi? Zavoki said it, sent them. So understand okay. So on the tip sheet, he agreed to remove the kitchen. All bicycles will be stored downstairs. They will have no events or buyouts. All queuing will be done inside the store. Okay? Those were the steps that were. The hours of operation are ready, Monday to Thursday, 11 a.m. to 9 p.m. Friday and Saturday, 11 to 11, and Sunday, 11 a.m. to 5 p.m.
So this is a two-story, this is the same Patriot two-story, five.
Or is it gonna be a part of the retail?
So
Or,
this is, how many square feet is your space?
in Talk County back of house space,
Yes.
probably about 3,800.
Yeah, so the 5,000 of the Patriot, you're not, the bottom floor, you're not counting.
The lower level is gonna be for storage, cameras, offices, back of house space. The ground floor can be all retail sales floor.
Again, you are taking both floors that was once the Patriot restaurant, or are you somehow?
I'm taking the second floor, but it's not gonna be a part of the initial scope to open. I had agreed with them that I'm hoping to apply for a consumption license. I'm gonna come back in front of them.
Okay, that's important to know. I
It's
just.
no-
Whoa, consumption license?
Without smoke, we spoke about this at length.
What's consumption?
Consumption is on-site consumption.
Correct, without smoke, so there wouldn't be any smoking, it would be edibles, infused cocktails, nothing, no smoke, because we're concerned about the residents upstairs. We actually got one of them to sign the petition of support as well.
What about the others we didn't talk about that?
There's three.
There are only four.
That's three, one of them signed.
And you agree that you will not apply to that
Yes, until I come
before you
in front of
come back
Yes.
to us?
Yes. And then if that was to fail, the second floor might become an extension of the sales floor.
All right.
Madam Chair,
You can do it
does
to
the
me.
consumption thing apply to any other thing we voted on tonight?
No,
Every single solitary applicant was asked and confirmed that they would return to Community Board
Okay.
1 before any other license.
Oh, it's a separate.
Just like that.
It's a separate license.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
I
Francis.
thought there was a question about the step. Wasn't there a step in the front that he was gonna make sure for?
yeah, I
easy
agreed to
access?
ground it for ease
Right.
of access.
Okay, and so that needs to go ground the step for ADA. You need to put that in your stip, please.
Sure.
And send that. Thank you very much for staying in. This, Jared?
I would just like to add that if it's gonna be bikes, that they're gonna be e-bikes, that they should be certified in some way.
There's not gonna be any e-bikes.
It'd be better.
Put it in. Put it in.
Smoke.
Yeah, with the video.
Got that. I wrote that down. That'll have to go in the stip. Andrea?
So is it legal to have on-site consumption in your?
Not yet. You have to have a separate license for on-site consumption. The first set of licenses that came out are retail dispensary only and card licenses. You must have a separate license to be an event organizer, a cannabis event, to be a cannabis grower, or to have on-site consumption. Those are in our future.
I live in California.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you violated the Clean Air Act.
Which,
Well,
you know, we'll find out what happens in New York. Yeah,
I'm curious.
me too.
Down in California, where it's everywhere.
Me too.
well, let's vote it down and.
Okay, let's not
What
debate the law in California tonight. Let's continue where we are at the moment on this. So now we have the 506 foot. We're going to put in here that it's extremely close, but the applicant has taken the steps. And there's no smoke consumption, that even when he applies, it'll be edible, but he's gonna come back. The ground, he's gonna ground the steps in the front for ADA accessibility to be a ramp. There's no e-bikes and all the steps and the hours as we've noted. Do I have any other questions?
So, what?
Rosa and then Mark.
I'm sorry.
What is the street width that they were determining, across church?
506.
No, just across church.
I don't know. He had a site survey that we showed. Can you put the site survey back up, please, for Rosa? And while you're getting that, Mark?
Now, the definition of smoking, does that include vaping or any other iteration of something coming out of a pipe or mouth?
Don't know. When we get to that part of the license and the law, we'll ask that question.
So when he said, if it's approved and there's no smoking, we don't know for sure if they'll be vaping.
Not including the on.
Yeah, we don't know. He doesn't have a
So I
license
mean,
for it.
that comes up.
We'll find that out.
We'll find out, and we'll answer.
You don't answer to that?
No,
This isn't for on-site consumption, this is just for retail, like the whole separate component.
That's a
That's not it.
whole separate thing that we'll have fun doing in 2020. All right, are there any other questions? And Rosa, that should be your answer.
Hold on. While she's looking at that, it's to say that, one of the things just to keep in mind is that what we're talking about is you're taking a restaurant and you're changing it into a place that unless you're smoking or buying, you're going to be using. Just so people understand that it's not just simply another business, it's a particular business that is replacing other potential businesses, which is viable, not saying not. But just to keep in mind what we're really talking about. So you take the Patriot and you're now making a pot store, which is fine, but just to say.
Kenny, is it a lull in the action? I just want to ask you a question. It's relevant. Excuse me. Yeah. My good friends on the committee stayed until 1 o'clock at night. I could see we're laboring on this issue. Tammy, do you believe that this will be the norm at the community board? And if it is, let me just finish. The borough president has to act on this. So we, the good members of our community, are not becoming a cannabis licensing community board, but we could take on other business about children.
Okay, Bob,
Yes.
let me answer your question.
Yes, thank you.
They closed the licensure November 17th. So the most that we have now are anybody who's been extended through till January. And then these license things are over. The state legislature is supposed to convene back in January, and we've spoken to our state legislatures who are in control, because OCM is a state agency. The borough president, God bless him, has no jurisdiction over this.
Right.
So we've gone to our state electeds and Assemblymember Lee and Senator Kavanaugh, I assume Assemblymember Fall as well, and Glick, all need to get together and fix this right
Yes, okay.
Okay, because I do
Yeah,
not
it's
want
not
to do
fair.
this
It's not
in
fair.
2024.
I know.
Okay, so back to the applicant at hand.
5 minutes.
And we are out of negotiation time. We have 1 minute left. Derek.
I was just gonna say that,
You said one, right?
to Alice's point about the restaurant, it is a.
Stop, I'll stop you there.
Okay.
And the only reason why is we
Yeah,
sat in a meeting with the SLA and we complained to the state that we did not want to lose dry cleaners, storefronts, retail of any kind to replace it just from bar to bar to bar to bar. And they said very succinctly, a business is a business.
Yep.
They don't care about the usage. And that was from the state agency. I don't suspect that there's any difference because it comes down
All
to.
it is barely.
Point of order, I think it phrases, just 9:15, I move that we limit debate to 5 minutes per.
Agreed. Okay. I recognize Rosa about the survey, yes.
Okay, so on the survey map that they're showing it to the absolute end
Yeah.
of their property, the
There's no
furthest
distinction
corner,
with the
but
law.
We're just doing this.
It's okay.
including the entire street frontage of the school.
Yeah.
When the school entry is actually within that space, so if they're only short by 6 feet, then that is wrong.
No, it's less than that, because we just did it, and
I
it's
know.
400
And
and
if,
something.
and if I counted based on the city's data on the actual property dimensions and the street width of both streets based on the survey they submitted, and that's 402 feet, 0.61.
Yeah.
So that is.
But in all fairness, we voted, Rosa, we voted already. If you want to bring this up at the end of all of the other things, we need to move on.
Yeah.
And 80 feet is not going to make a break.
Okay.
Well, it is actually.
Stop.
I know.
Does make.
Stop. stop.
But we gotta move on.
Susan
I know.
is the last caller.
I know we want to move on. However, if it is 80 feet, it is 80 feet and we have to deal with it.
It's
I
not.
don't know legally how we have to do it. Well,
We can measure it all together.
please. Okay, just stop. I don't know, and I'm asking a legal mind, what we do around this.
Jared knows the education law because he and Jess were our two researchers on this about where you measure from. And it's from the boundary of the building. So it is from the boundary of the school. So the end of the building of the school, you can't go to the far end of the building that's furthest from you. It's to the one that's closest to you.
Well,
So
the
where did you measure from, sir?
From building to building, because the law doesn't specify that, it just says.
Education law says boundary of the building.
Yes, so
Right.
he's including the entire property, the entire width of the building
No,
they're
it's
in,
from
and
actually-
the entire property of the school building. So go out to the school building, please. Yeah, they're including to the far end of the school building. It should be.
Justine, sit down. You see where it says 77A to the right?
Yeah.
It should be on the left side, not the right side.
Yes.
Correct.
Which would make it below 500.
Yes.
That's it.
One of this building, right there.
Hold on, let's, Jess, we're gonna get the legal conversation about education law because I've had two people investigate it. Jess or Jared, please opine.
So I don't think this is answered in the law itself. I think you have to look at the guidance, and I don't know the answer.
And the guidance and the regulations differ slightly.
So,
But it's clear from the law that you're using the education law as the baseline. So what's the education law?
The education law is silent on it.
yeah, there's no.
How do you do it for schools? For liquor licenses?
With that, I don't have.
Liquor license-
Mark, how do we do it for liquor license?
Say it again.
How do we do the 500 foot?
It's, the liquor license is from entrance to entrance. So you take a tape measure that you walk with, and you go from main entrance to main entrance.
And main entrance to main entrance, you're under 500, just under.
That's what we do.
So the property lines are not.
Discrepancy between
We're getting
SLA
discrepancies that we
There
don't.
there is, but if we go by boundaries,
But I just feel like we're picking and choosing at this
but
point.
either way, you went to the outside of both. A
Honestly,
boundary is from the first one you hit, not the last one you hit.
Yeah.
You know, so it's from, even if you went to the outside, if you said, gee, I'm gonna have my front door on the far side, you needed to go not to the far side of the Reed Street prep because you went past their front door. Understand what I'm saying? That is 77A, you went to the end of the lot line, to the right.
the front door, isn't there a ramp up the side of Reed Street Prep? I mean, the front door, technically, to get there, you would go around. So it'd be closer to the end of the property line.
What does the law say? Does it say boundary or property line?
Doesn't.
Does not say.
One of them says
Is it either?
Yes.
That's what we did that, I said it wrong. I don't know if it's a legal precedent or a legislative.
We did. We did.
I mean,
I was thinking, I don't know what you were doing.
Okay, board, this is one of those terrible ones where we are, this is, you know, we're on the line here. This is either 490 or 506.
Tammy, can I make-
Just, Jeff,
I mean, I think the statute's quoted in some of our resolutions, but what it says, this is the cannabis law.
On phone brings.
go.
Shall not, no such place shall locate a storefront within 500 feet of a school grounds as such term is defined in the education law.
Yes.
So that's,
It seems to me that there's no reasonable interpretation that would take you to the far boundary. If you could reasonably interpret it to take you to the near boundary as opposed to having to go all the way to the door.
You've already spoken. All right, so Rose has already done the measurements, Jeff's done an interpretation, so has Jared, so has Jess. All of them are sort of in agreement on this. So the far extension is not necessarily accurate to the end of your property and the end of their
Well,
property.
they're starting from One Ten Chambers, I know is from where we were potentially gonna put the door, which is the second. It's currently the far end window closest to West Broadway. As for what the end point is, I'd have to consult with the surveyor. I didn't do these measurements myself. I mean, I was here until 1 o'clock with you guys Wednesday morning, and then I would have this to you on Friday. So I would have to confer with him to see where exactly he took the points from. I mean, just also to say, I am a car licensee and I'm making this effort to work with you guys to adopt your hours because like you said, you know, I have a license unlike most of the applicants. And I want to be, you know, a part of this, you know, community where at least if you have a concern, I want to hear it out.
I mean, could we submit an approval subject to them, the regulators confirming that it satisfies the 500 days rule?
We could, we could absolutely do that.
But the difference is 100 feet from what they're listing, so.
But I mean, you're measuring one thing, Google is saying another, there's a kind of a lot of inconsistency.
I'm working off of the city's survey maps, property maps.
But you
okay,
need
so-
manual.
Okay, guys. We have a motion, we have a motion on the floor. I'm seconding that.
Yeah, I thought I did, but yeah.
Or.
The motion.
The motion was Jeff?
To, yes, to approve, subject to, whatever the name of the word.
The verification of OCM about the footage.
About the footage.
And let them figure it out. Let the government figure it out.
As far as you say, Rosa.
Okay, and with all the stipulations that they've said,
Yes,
removing the kitchen, bicycle
everything.
store downstairs, no
bites, no
e-bikes,
delivered, blah,
no
blah.
events or buyouts, all queues will be done inside the store. They're going to make the front ADA accessible, and then, they will come back to us before any further licensure.
Yep.
So
With that,
with the motion that they have, Mark, we're roll calling based on the motion to approve with that, because it's been.
There has to be whereas explaining this, and there isn't.
well,
They
that
will.
we're gonna add,
That's what we said, that we would add the whereas explaining that.
Was it gonna specifically say the applicant, measured furthest from whereas the, and.
The applicant, according to the applicant's measurement, it's 506, according to the community board, it's under 500.
But it's
We
506 based on that he what.
We rely on the government to provide.
Yes.
That he measured too far, not just, we have one number, we have the
But
other.
we'll state how we measure.
Motion for the floor, we're voting.
Okay. Amoruso.
No.
Blank,
Blank abstains.
Kennedy, Cameron,
Cameron, no.
Sell,
with everything, yes.
Chang,
Chang, no.
Chapman,
Chapman, yes.
Percudian,
Charcudian, yes.
Cole,
Oh, yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Corman,
Corman, yes.
Kuchen,
Yes.
Curtis,
Yes.
Urban,
Yes.
Flynn,
Flynn, yes.
Friedman,
Yeah.
Froman, Galloway,
Yes.
Goldstein,
Yes.
Mason,
No.
Two. Kay,
Okay, yes.
Canal,
Yes.
Capel, Lerner,
Lerner, no.
sorry, give me one second, Lyon,
Lyon, yes.
Mahoney, abstain, Meltzer,
Yes. Yeah.
Minsley,
After a lot of thought, I'm gonna vote yes on this because I appreciate the fact.
The
that
extra
you-
efforts, yeah.
Kenya,
No.
Shear, Son, Jimmy,
Yourself, yes.
Beerson, Thompson,
Thompson, yes.
Townley,
No.
you,
No.
Zelter,
Yes.
I don't think I know these votes by heart by now.
Motion passes. All right. So the next one is also, thank you very much for coming. Thank you for your partnership with the community. It actually does show a lot of great things that you spent the extra time with us till 1 o'clock in the morning and came back today.
Thank you.
So,
And I want to be a good community partner, to all of you, and it was nice to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you again, and it's gonna get out before Monday.
so, all right, this is approval for 256 Broadway. This was our last application last week. And it was the easiest application because it was prepared. Or backed by, Housing Works. So, and he's here.
Broadway between one,
You know where the Bolton's is?
what streets?
Chamber. Oh, geez, Warren, by the bus, you know where the downtown Lions bus stop is?
Warren and Martin.
Right,
By the Chase Bank.
by the Chase Bank, exactly, that Bolton's, clothing store, that's the one that's gone. Okay, so, clock now, so this is an approval of 256 Broadway with all of the operating hours and everything else that you see there that they agreed to. Anybody have any questions?
One question.
Second.
Fantastic. So this will be, assuming everyone will say yes to the approval of this dispensary. Are there any no's? Okay, so
And Aversa, no.
Grayson, no.
Inslee, no.
You, no.
Lerner, no.
Kang, no.
Conley, no.
Vera, 256, Broadway.
Bushman now.
Brown Kennedy abstain.
Hang on. Okay, so we have 2 abstains and a no.
Push my, I can do that one.
From Kennedy. Yep, no abstentions. From Kennedy. And that is it. Any other abstention? Motion carries. Welcome to the neighborhood. Thank you very much. Okay. Here's our denials. 111 Fulton is the last denial. And we had, I think people showed up today about 111 Fulton as well.
Yes.
Yes. So this is voting in favor of a denial for 111 Fulton.
Can I call the question?
Yes. Awesome.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so are there any, this is, if you say yes, you are approving a denial for this resolution. Are there any are there any in opposition to the denial? Hearing and seeing none, are there any abstentions? Hearing and seeing none, any recusals? Motion carries to deny 111 Fulton. Thank you. This is a 1 vote for denial of all of these proposed locations because they failed to come. They filed an application, failed to come.
Call the
Anybody
question?
Second.
Again, by affirmation, is there any opposed to denying them? Are there any abstentions? Any recusals? Motion passes. Where are we on the?
The Committee of Origin
Oh,
Personnel.
there's 66 pearls. Oh, hey. Are we done?
No, you have Tammy.
Sorry, personnel. I apologize. I was so excited for a minute.
You want to just go through it quick?
Absolutely. So we no longer have a land use consultant. We've had we had Michael Levine for years and Diana Sweetie, part-time, full-time, that swapped over the years. When Michael Levine retired, we had Diana and we had Lucian. And then when Diana left, we had Lucian. Lucian left, we have Zach. Zach's awesome. Zach is not a land use consultant nor an urban planner. What's Zach? But Zach brings, with his city experience and his wealth of small business services, is amazing to our board. But what we need a land use consultant.
Okay.
And especially with everything that we go through and all of the things, a land use consultant would have been freaking fantastic to help us with all of the cannabis and to help us with
Measurements and everything.
yes, and everything else.
Is in office a job or is it an
This is
external
gonna,
job?
we're gonna start as a, what, like we did with Michael Levine years and decades ago, a part-time consultant that will handle land use matters only, go to the land use meeting, go to environmental protection, because resiliency has a lot of land use stuff
Yeah.
involved, handle those two committees, and we would work on the hours. It's a part-time position. It comes out of our street fair funds. It's limited to 15,000 in 6 months, so when we're not in session, they're not employed. There's no benefits, there's no nothing, it's just a straight consultant.
Okay.
Trying to find a nice part-time, person who's retired from, wants to be.
And let me just add, Tammy, I'm sorry to cut you, but we're gonna be dealing with a ULURP item. We haven't dealt with that in a long time. And we have to, maybe Jeff is gonna, we need to talk about, for the new people, what a ULURP item is and what it isn't, and this consultant have to have experience in that.
Correct.
Francis, you're up.
Yes, for City of Yes, we have a hired consultant just for.
Licensing.
Yeah, but, yeah. All right. Does, hold on.
Wait.
Let's vote for personnel because Elizabeth's not here and, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're gonna assume that everybody's a yes. Are there any opposed to this? Are there any abstentions?
Now you're up.
Okay, motion passes unanimously. Next, oh, and by the way, you get 3 minutes tops for a report. If we're at 9:50, you're gonna get 2 minutes for a report. Like, Onesh is gonna go like this on your slides, boom, boom, boom. All right, let's go.
Okay, in the spirit of wanting to get out of here, can we take all of these together? There's nothing, everything was fine, there's no controversies. I hope you read them. Please, I need a yes from everybody.
This is licensing.
Yes.
Licensing for land use.
Okay. They just voted yes.
I called the question.
We done.
It was called, was it seconded?
Yes.
Okay, so if this is an affirmation vote, are there any opposed to any licensing application that we have heard? That's 66 Pearl, 3 World Trade, 111 Broadway, and 78 Franklin.
Oh, yeah.
Hearing no abstentions, are there any abstentions? Hearing no opposition.
Abstention.
Are there any recusals? Motions all pass unanimously.
Yay.
Land use, thank you.
All right, I thought our 3-hour land use meeting was long, but seriously, public and special thanks to Councilmember Marks, who stuck it out for the entire meeting. One resolution, the city is looking to sell one of its city-owned properties. It has to do that by a full ULURP process. So they're looking to sell 7 North Moore, which is a very small property in Tribeca. It's been for the last about 105 years used by the Department of Sanitation. And there's a building that it's been there since 1934 that's fallen into a really dilapidated condition. The committee had concerns about simply just selling it outright to the highest bidding developer versus trying to look for other possible uses, including even though it wouldn't maybe produce much, but some affordable housing. So we asked the applicant, is there really any rush to getting the ULURP through? If you were willing to facilitate some conversations with HPD, they agreed that that would be a good idea and a fine idea. So we were otherwise in favor of the application, but we wanted to make sure that we gave that opportunity to be heard. So the resolution is, I'm sorry, we were otherwise opposed unless we could find some other use. So the resolution is opposed unless the applicant goes through this process with us where we try to find some other use. So hopefully everyone's ready to resolution. Anybody have any questions? What's the zoning? What's the zoning?
Oh, so it's nothing.
It's nothing. Building is nothing, but somebody could bear it down and build something.
Yes.
Currently.
So, can I call a question?
Got a hand up.
Second.
I got a hand up.
Oh, wait a minute, Jared has his hand up.
Jared had a question, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Did air rights come up with this? Because this site is super small. I'm just trying to understand how.
Air rights did not, it wasn't discussed.
Well, no.
So we challenged, what's up was the fact that the buildings on the left and right are built from 5 or 6 story buildings to 8 or 9 story buildings. So there is a potential to build up. Whether or not they never looked at air rights, they never actually looked at much. They just looked at the existing building and said, no, we don't want to do anything. CSNY did, because that's not what they want. We challenged HPD to come back to the community board with a plan to be able to build some form of affordable housing. And there you go. And that's why we're declining them, because we haven't seen a plan for any kind of affordable housing. And quite frankly, if you follow the HPD plan, they sell real estate in our neighborhood. So money goes into the general fund. All affordable housing is not able to be built in Community Board 1 because office buildings are expensive conversions. 4951 Chambers, which was our landmark, the landmark building in our office was too expensive. All we keep hearing is every building that's in our district is too expensive to convert. And therefore they put it out to the suburbs. So if that's the entire suburbs, to the boroughs, further up the borough, it's an untenable way to look at affordable housing. You have to do affordable housing in every neighborhood. Otherwise, stop complaining that you don't have any kind of socioeconomic diversity anywhere if you don't build the affordable housing where you've given away the buildings.
Here. And I can answer the question, I think very much, as of right, you can get, I think, 7 or 8 stories.
Any?
So it's a very valuable.
No. Great.
Other question?
Okay, so by affirmation, are there any opposed? Are there any abstentions? Seeing no recusals, motion passes unanimously.
Just very quickly, we had 2 other items, including, we heard a little bit, from folks who live in Independence Plaza. The owners and management of Independence Plaza are proposing to redevelop, a significant portion of that site, and will include a 90-story building. We are at the very beginning of the conversations with them. Most of the development is as of right, other than indicated that the council member will have some sort of vote or say in all of this. We're just getting our hands around it at this point, but suffice to say there was a lot of public opposition. So we're going to keep monitoring that one. Lastly, city of yes.
Would any current residents be displaced because of this?
Yes.
Oh, the rental.
Yes, and they have already displaced.
They already displaced, they already destroyed 50 townhouses that were not the federally designated townhouses, but they moved out 50 homes are gone.
Yeah, they started.
They're already demolished.
I think.
No, they're vacant.
We're gonna have a lot of opportunity to go through.
All right,
Details,
have a question,
everything.
I wasn't aware of that.
Fair question. But, the last thing is the city of yes, initiative, is the second of 3, zoning text amendments this is the one for zone for economic opportunity. 26 or something like that, independent action can be, dealt with in one resolution. We have an extension until January. We're going to use all of our time, and we have George James, our current end use consultant for this project, who's going to help us come up with a resolution. Next month, we just asked a lot of questions, right? Office, residential, work from home kind of issues that were brought up in the text amendment.
Growing cannabis.
I'm gonna say one thing. The biggest change that I noticed was currently the rule is, I think it's 250 feet or up to 49% of your apartment can be used for business. They've removed the percentage. They've removed the square footage. So it could be up to 49% of an apartment, whether you're a 3,000 square foot apartment or a 500 square foot apartment, which means that any of the apartments, we explained to them about apartments that have been merged and the uses and potentials in that, and they have not considered that and said it is something that they are looking at modifying.
And to be clear on that point, we did ask them to confirm they did that, if this will not override any rental rules, condo rules, co-op rules the building may have, and they prevent those sort of uses.
There are 18 sections. I will send a checklist around. please format your questions when we send the links and send them back by January 1st to the board. And the reason is we have to send them to DCP, then they come back to us in January with all the answers, and we have to do a resolution in January.
Yeah.
So if you have outstanding questions, please email them to Patrick, Alice, myself, and Zach. If it's a question, you gotta email it.
I thought they said that they were going to send around a summary or a piece that was solely applicable to CB1. Has that been sent out yet? Because I don't know that
It's
it's.
part of their, they had some appendices as part of their deck, which is.
Which is
online, and which has been made available to all the land use community.
Just wanted to make a comment that I love the, 7 North Moore. I know we talked about it already, but just two things. I think we should follow up with this, whether it's in land use or quality of life, to push for housing.
Sorry.
It's land use.
Always land use, but to push up and not drop this. Thank you.
Where are we over to?
Bruce, and your last comment.
A comment on Independence Plaza, I just want to say to the board, because I know that it's going back. It's extremely complicated. It's probably the most complicated thing we've ever done outside of South Beach Seaport and what is it, Site 5A on Warren and Greenwich. The latter being the same envelope, the part of the, Washington Market Urban Renewal District. I've already had a lot of people I know over there calling me. It's just too complicated to even comprehend that. So just understand it's extremely complicated because it's not as easy as it appears.
Okay, thank you, Bruce. Again, we'll send links out, look for your emails, look at the presentations, format questions, please send them in. It's 18 sections. I would hope that each of you have at least one question for each section. Moving to the next committee.
Landmarks, 385 Chambers Street.
Landmarks, you're up, Jason.
Okay, we had a letter written that Alice did a great job, doing the final edits on. I think it was about the harbor school. But then we had this, little mini development here where the applicant has 2 through block buildings that go from Chambers to Reed. And, quite a bit of work proposed, like removing the fire escape, work on the special second floor windows, work on the storefront, and some work to these windows in the center bay of this, like signal type building. So we kind of came together on an approval, but, with some, comments. However, they didn't actually do a mock-up and we told them we wouldn't act on it, I guess, if they didn't do a mock-up. So really, I don't know, Tammy should say something about that, but I don't think we can really go forward with the resolution at all. Right? I mean, they said you were there, right? You were there.
Yeah, we were all there.
And I don't think the mock-up, I don't think they would have found it terribly, but we would have found it offensive, but we can't just do that. So that's it. So we have to table
You
it.
want to table it?
Yeah, yeah.
You know when they're prepared to file these.
No, they didn't say that, or I didn't ask, but we'll have, I know, actually, if you go down to the last, therefore be resolved, I think it says, and sent to CB1 attention, Lucy, you didn't get any emails.
Excuse me?
You didn't get any emails that were supposed to be sent to you, CB1 attention, Lucy. Okay, so then, yeah.
Okay, but you got, I don't know, Gerald from your.
Gerald.
Committee wrote me to ask that, and I don't know if this is germane then to
The
this.
center bay window?
Right, then
Yeah, we
that's,
talked about it.
okay, so in the next resolution, we will.
No, it's already in this one, I wrote it, but it's
The
still,
part about changing the windows.
yeah, it says the
Okay.
proposed double hung center.
But we can't vote on it, right?
Everything is just a table?
Yeah,
So motion to table?
yeah, second, okay.
Okay, all in favor? Are there any abstentions? Are there any opposition? Abstentions or recusals? Perfect. Motion passes. Thank you. Next.
It's not me. Oh, God. All right, no. Waterfront.
Okay, are you ready for my report?
Okay, let me give a quick, are we finished with landmarks?
Yes.
Okay, waterfront. Basically, the waterfront committee heard from Howard Hughes that they're dividing their entity into two sections. A new section will be called the Entertainment Division, and that will handle most of the activities at the Seaport, including Pier 17 and all the concerts and other activities there, or all their restaurants, all their non-corporate, non-planned community stuff is going to go into that. So that's going to consist of mainly the Seaport and properties in Las Vegas. And we heard from the two regional co-presidents of that new entertainment entity. Their names was Andrew Schwartz and Zach Winnick. And we had a good, friendly exchange with them about all this. Residents seem to be in favor of most of those events and just wanted to get more notice of them. And we did have a thorough and friendly conversation about some community concerns, parking buses, noise from the concerts, also resolving the Fulton Stall Market issue, trying to work together towards a community center of some sort on the old New Market building site. And they also said they were hiring a consultant to make possible improvements or recommend improvements to the plan at the Seaport. So that's the report from the Waterfront Committee.
Thank you, Paul. Alice?
We had a very long meeting. There were 3 excellent reports. I want to just thank some of our Jill Grayson for having helped us look at the street vendors project and solidifying the grid. And Ushma, thank you very much for giving a great presentation on waste management. As a co-founder of Think Zero. Anyway, I guess, I don't know, there were slides. The first presentation was on composting from the sanitation department. I don't know if we have this. So I'll just run through them. I don't know if people realize that curbside composting is coming to Manhattan. So as of October, 10 months from now, we will finally get composted. And so this was a beginning review. I think Pat Moore's done it also in quality of life to look at how things will happen. There were some very interesting things that we learned. I don't know that I'm going to go through them all, but you can watch this presentation on YouTube, or of course go on the sanitation website. But the point is, it's coming and it's in October. One of the reasons we did this was unfortunately part of the mayor's cuts to the budget includes local composting, organic composting. So that includes Earth Matters, which is out on Governor's Island. So we're using this as an opportunity to also, you'll see the resolution, support them and in asking that these programs don't get cut and that they're included in the 2025 budget. Next slide. So the next presentation after the sanitation, we heard from Wishma Pandya, who I just mentioned, talked about waste management. She's absolutely brilliant. Just for her that you're online. And the facts are fascinating. I apologize, we're not going to have time tonight to go through them all, but I would, again, look at the YouTube. It's really, really very interesting. And oh, well, I should have to look at the slide. But anyway, I can't. I had a presentation, but I'm letting that go in the interest of time. I would say that in the future, maybe we could have it after all the committee reports. Anyway, the presentations then provided this opportunity to discuss the mayor's budget cuts, and that is the resolution you have before you, which we'll look at in a minute. I will just also introduce the street green alternative of just still running through. Okay, so can we just run through these slides, ready?
We learned a lot. I highly recommend you watching the YouTube.
So we stopped there for 1 second, because this was the second or the third presentation, which was by a gentleman named Mohammed Atiyah, the director of the Urban Justice Center Street Vendor Project. Absolutely fascinating. And also we were joined by a representative from Con Edison. And that is really thanks to our member Joel Grayson, who I want to say publicly a big thank you, and also to say he's just an adventure Stanford. We know how to pick them up. Anyway, the Urban Justice Center is looking to find something that will solve the problem of having a motor running by every one of these food carts and trucks that has tremendous impacts on the environment.
Yeah.
And it's a really great idea. And our really good Wendy Chapman came up with the idea of why not so the idea of a pilot was considered, and has been considered, and has been done. Where should we do the pilot? Governor's Island. So immediately I did speak to folks at Governor's Island yesterday. They are interested, they know of the project, and so thank you, Wendy, we're moving on it. So that's pretty exciting. And I'm gonna end on that happy note, wish everyone a happy new year, Merry Christmas, all that good stuff. And we have to vote on the resolution, yes. So the resolution is pretty, I think, pretty non-controversial, support, as we've done in the past. Earth Matters and all the local not-for-profit composting groups that work so hard for us and are so important in our communities for a million reasons, not to say the least, not the least of which is education about composting, which we're really gonna need. In addition to the actual composting that goes on Governor's Island. So well,
Just a little,
Yeah,
housekeeping.
Wendy, go right in
The resolution's fine, it's just that, and the presentation was more complicated in terms of composting means different things. There's
Yes.
compost that goes to the big, what do they call that?
the egg, the
The
anaerobic.
egg, yeah, so this is compost that actually turns into soil, so I just asked that we do the last whereas, again, says community composting supports soil health, and I'm not sure why it says now, but that's fine.
No, it touches the now.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I get confused by that sometimes. I'll never get used to it. And, but if we could just put community composting, because composting in general, as we learned from what the city told us, is when they are gonna collect composting on our street from residential use, that will mostly be turned into methane in those big eggs, and it will not turn into soil. Whereas the folks that are really losing their job on Governor's Island, they actually turn their stuff into soil.
Thank you for doing that. I know it's part of my presentation.
Yeah, yeah.
It's long, excellently done.
So if you could just.
Hey, that was perfect.
And give a big thank you to Shmo who helped on this resolution.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and then I just thought, in terms of the stream that goes in the landfill, I would, and then emits methane, I just take that out because it emits a whole bunch of things, including methane, but not limited to, so we don't need it, it diverts it from the landfill, and that solves the problem. So, but anyway, or not, it doesn't matter, but just that it's community, that's the big thing.
Okay, accepted.
Call the question.
And please.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Executive.
Oh, I had my hand up.
I'm sorry, Jeff had his hand up.
But it's really not a point, it's just a typo in the resolution. It's a typo in the resolution.
Okay.
The entity is actually Earth Matter singular.
Yeah. Oh, good point. Okay.
Minor point, but I'm sure they would appreciate it.
Yeah.
Second.
The chair recognizes the question's been called, but the question's been seconded, sorry, just falling asleep in the chair. Okay, so this is all in support of the resolution, and we're gonna do a vote by affirmation. Are there any who are opposed? Seeing none, are there any abstentions? Seeing none, any recusals? None, motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. On to transportation.
So, yeah, I'm gonna, so we also had a very, very long contentious meeting. I'm gonna do my best to not replicate that here. The first resolution, is an issue we dealt with before. This deals with the, you can just stay back for a second. That's the next one. This deals with the cobblestones in our district. Obviously, they're not well maintained. There are not many guidelines for how they should be repaired, how they should be built at all. This is a resolution to request that the relevant agencies create guidelines for the maintenance and preservation and rebuilding of these historic streets. We made a request, I believe, in the budget in 2024. DOT said they agreed with this request, but that they were not, I think that was not the proper avenue to seek the funding, and that we need to ask our elected officials for it. Hence the resolution. We've had a lot of input from a lot of people. So hopefully we don't have much to say here. Guys, questions?
There are hands up and questions. So we're gonna start with Richard, and then Bruce, and then Mark, and I'm going around the room this way, and then it'll be Eric. And then 5 minutes. Richard.
So the whereas supports the concept of cobblestone streets as part of our historic feature, but the therefore being resolved doesn't reference cobblestone streets at all. In fact, it could imply that we're asking for guidelines that excludes cobblestone streets, and I don't. If that's what you wanted to do, then I would object to this. But if that's not what you wanted to do, I think we need to add something that says these guidelines should incorporate the continued use of cobblestone streets as part of our historic.
I agree.
That was my whereas.
Hold on, Mark, just wait.
On that one.
Richard? That, yes, I think that's a great point from someone who read it, so.
I think that.
So,
that wasn't-
Richard, please read for the record where you think it should go, so we can.
Help you, Richard.
That's harder.
Okay, while you're thinking, if you're okay with it, Mark Russo has suggested wording.
Therefore, be it further resolved that CB1 reiterates its longstanding demand that all cobblestone streets be maintained and repaired.
Well, that's not what you were saying exactly.
But that's a little bit, that's one thing.
We have several resolutions.
Yeah, no, Mark, but that's different what Richard said. What Richard was looking for was, to develop historic streetscape design guidelines for cobblestone streets to ensure clarity and predictability.
Yeah, that makes.
Right, but I also agree with that.
Yes, exactly.
Right,
The same
so,
thing you had.
okay, so that's two. That's
Too, but I
adding for cobblestone streets in the first, therefore be it resolved.
Yeah, to ensure clarity here.
And then it says present, comprehensive plan for streetscape preservation for each of the historic district streets. But since you've mentioned cobblestone above, it would be assumed that when you're talking about restore historic integrity,
Yeah.
that is.
Maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, just a little too.
I think put it in.
Restore historic integrity,
To cobblestone streets or on cobblestone.
including not limited to the cobblestone streets,
Beautiful.
right? That's how.
That's not mine.
But, to reflect our desire to keep and maintain the cobblestone streets that we have today.
Yes.
As part of our.
Yes, so that's been accepted, and if you don't mind writing that down, and that way you can submit it, that would be lovely. Bruce, you were next.
So, I'm beginning to sound like the person in the room who used the fountain and irrelevant. But, the first cobblestone street in Tribeca was propounded by this community board, Rocco Donovan.
Right.
Specific, and that was J Street. There is, and of course, the Landmarks Committee really had a lot to do with the cobbling of Tribeca streets. That was 20 years ago. I can't think of one example of a properly maintained cobblestone street since. In fact, all I can think of are the opposite. So I read this resolution with a fine tooth comb, and it's beautifully written. Really, I wouldn't.
We can thank Betty
but-
for that.
What's that?
Thank Betty for that.
It's unbelievable. It's like you're talking about a presidential election rather than cobblestone streets. It's like, what? I believe, based on history, it's intractable. DOT lost 15% of its budget.
Okay.
That's not bad.
So I don't know the cobblestone streets.
Okay, thank you. You can vote for or against. Mark, you're next.
I have a few things. On the first page, you left out two streets. Hollister Street between Lake.
Hold on. So this is not supposed to be a list of everything we have redone. This is specifically what we asked for in 2009, which was given to us by the.
I understand that, but there's a long history.
So, Mark, how about we say including not limited to?
It's just two more streets to the list.
Just double check whether it's accurate, if it's accurate.
And
If it's accurate, then
The
we'll,
accuracy
Keep
is
going.
the history of several resolutions, not just one specific.
okay, keep going.
So for the record, it's Collinsville Street between Layton Beach and Beach Street between Greenwich and Hudson.
Yeah.
Okay.
I reiterated what I said earlier, like I got the same feeling that Richard got about this in this.
Okay.
This is
We added your second thing.
of being opposed to cobblestone streets, but I want that therefore be a further resolve, which I said earlier, that CB1 reiterates its longstanding demand that all cobblestone streets be maintained and repaired.
Richard's writing that down, that was expected. Next.
Now, I'm a little confused on, now, just as an example, Vestry Street between Hudson and Washington. That street's 100 years old, and it's actually in pretty good shape. So if it's done correctly, it's safe. So the absolute statements of uneven surface and cobblestone streets are challenged, the cobblestone streets create a safety problem, that should not be an absolute statement, that's an opinion. If the cobblestone street's done correctly, it doesn't create those problems.
Well, that's for sure.
So to state that cobblestone roads create safety problems for people with blah, 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 that's an opinion, that's not an accurate statement.
Can create.
Possibly.
It can.
Or you could just say, if not properly.
If not properly
built
maintained.
and originally
But-
maintained. I mean,
but
again,
also-
Three Stooges construction crew, it's in Greenwich Street. So,
Can
yeah.
Can is a.
So it's an absolute statement, you know.
Okay, but we're limited on time.
All right,
Let's
so,
go.
so that's, and if you want to mention Vest, I always say, put in Vestry Street as an example of how it's done right.
We did a walkthrough on Vestry, there are parts that are right and parts that are wrong. Let's go to the next person with Mark, I'm sorry, but your time is up. Who was, Eric was next and then Justine.
Who's taking notes on the amendment? Would you?
Oh, all right.
He's coming to write it for you.
Yeah, I agree. This is very anti-cobblestone. So it doesn't mention that we have other streets in CG1 where we have cobblestones that are in good condition. We have Peck Slip, Beekman, and Water Street. So, this.
Are you making a friendly amendment that says, we recognize that streets can be well built and maintained, such as Peck and.
Yes,
Yeah.
Beekman and Water Street.
Okay, perfect, write it down.
I got your email. I think that we actually.
People who live around there.
We talked about this.
But-
already. I think-
Yeah, we did too.
I think-
We talked about that in committee, that should have been in there, Jess says yes. Please write it down in full and hand it over to Richard, who's gathering everything together for Zach.
And then the last thing is.
This is what happens, this is the new rule. If you're adding stuff, you're writing it down, and then the first person who makes the change gathers all of it.
Okay, then, but here, this one, the whereas where it says in 2017, we're quoting something from DOT 6 years ago.
Yeah.
By having this, it's really anti, so I would make a friendly amendment to remove that.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's unfriendly. And quite frankly, it's also about HPC, and that's when the study was done. It's based on history, and that's what we're talking about. If we're talking about 2009, we're talking about 2017. Justine?
There's, on the second page, I think it is, the whereas there's two that say 2017.
Yes.
The one that says in 2017,
Yep.
Jeremy Woodall.
Yep.
There's a word or something missing.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. I don't know what they're trying to say, but I have no issue with it, except it doesn't make sense.
That is friendly.
Yes. I think they're trying to say that they pointed out,
All right, I think we're ready to call the question because we have everybody.
but that has to get fixed.
Yes, but it's missing a word that he said
I
or
think that-
indicated or whatever. And it's bookmarked in an article.
Yeah, so
It's,
whatever.
gotcha.
Friendly.
No, All right, I believe that Mr. Thompson's called the question.
And I'll second it.
Second it.
Jared,
He got it raised from
When they repave a lot of these streets, you'll often see the vestigial cobblestone underneath it. Like you see a roadway of cobblestone. I would love to have something in there that addresses using what's already there, instead of just paving it for when they tear it up. Is there any way to incorporate something like that?
in the guidelines, Jess?
When they're doing paving, seeing old cobblestone streets under some of the blocks.
Yeah, no, I think that that's the sort of thing that we're trying to deal with here,
So is there a line that can be added that says, "There in the design guidelines, consideration and usage should be for the historic blocks that are revealed
Yeah, let's.
during,
We might
yeah.
have to.
All right, guess what, Jared?
Yeah.
Write it up, show it to Jess, and then hand it over to Richard.
I have an example.
I see where you're.
Sections where you can-
Perfect, you're on, go ahead, Jared.
Question.
It was
Yeah,
called,
that's
it was seconded, recognized. This should be an easy one.
And amended.
Yeah, with all the
With
changes.
all the amendments that have been discussed thus far, are there any in opposition? Hearing and seeing none, are there any abstentions? Hearing and seeing none, no recusals, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Betty, this was 3 months of work back and forth. And Alice and Landmarks and Jess, appreciate it. Jess, hit the next one.
The Green Rights Initiative, you might have seen this in the news. This is a series of rules passed by the, promulgated by the Tax and Limousine Commission with the end goal of converting whole fleets of for-hire vehicles to electric by 2030. As part of these rules, they have lifted the cap that is imposed on for-hire vehicles, provided that it is only electric vehicles or wheelchair accessible vehicles. This is a rule that was put in place by de Blasio in 2018, but he revoked it in 2021. Adams is now trying to put it back. As it says there was litigation brought by the Taxi Workers Alliance. There have been a lot of traffic experts coming out against this because of the likely massive increase in congestion that it will cause. The rule is currently stayed in litigation. There's a temporary restraining order. We read what will happen with that. But the committee passed a resolution narrowly tailored to just the portion of the rule that would lift the cap, encouraging the TLC to not go ahead with that because of the effects it'll have on congestion, air quality, all of the usual stuff. Any questions? Do you want to call on them? Or?
Well, Paul and I are gonna argue about this, so we'll let Colin go first.
I understand this is an effort to convert existing TLC cars to electric vehicles. I understand that I'm saying delicately, the Transportation Committee has sometimes come out with anti-EV language, which is a little frustrating for me, disguised as anti-congestion language. This reads like that. This reads like something from Marguerite Taylor Greene's office. If they want to. No, it does. This is someone who works for electrification. Who's actually working to actually solve climate change. This is not only filled with inaccuracies, it's detrimental to our effort to electrify the fleet in the city. I get you want to convert the fleet. That's not going to happen for decades more. We've already seen a huge increase in electric vehicles, TLC on the streets the last 5 years alone. Why are we stopping that? I understand the Taxi Drivers Alliance is against this. I understand they're suing for it. And I understand that there are people who are constantly living paycheck to paycheck. I get that. I'm not willing to sacrifice our ability to get to 2030 goals to satisfy their lawsuit against the TLC.
I'm gonna go, because I'm gonna recognize myself, and then I'm gonna go Cody and Eric. What infuriates me about this is you're gonna add more for-hire vehicles without having an incentive or timeline for accessible vehicles to be replaced by electric, or to have any of the other electric stuff in. I don't think, we've never seen a point that the city has actually, or the state has gotten really good about figuring out unless it's in the beginning, AKA building the plane while flying it for cannabis licenses. It just doesn't work. Unless they figure it out in the beginning, there will be more diesel cars on the road. We are taxing the crap out of us in Lower Manhattan to try and get to congestion. Adding more cabs and for hire vehicles is not, it is not the answer. It's just not the answer. We have to find a way to electrify the fleet that we have, or incentivize any additional ones to only be electrified.
But stopping progress already is not the right way of doing that. To allow for EV exceptions for congestion, I was shut down.
We no exceptions on that. I mean, for God's sake, we're having buses. Go.
Yeah,
Go for it.
I supported this because this is really just gonna create more congestion, and this was supported by Uber and Lyft. It was like, it felt like this was all planned, and. Of course they did. Oh, of course it was, yeah. So we don't wanna add congestion. There was really, Tammy beat me to the punchline. There's no set allocation for ADA, and this is an anti-electric vehicle. It really isn't. It's anti-congestion.
It's filled with accuracies and outright lies.
Adding
Adding electric vehicles is not to carbon emissions. It's because
Well, there's
Wait, which?
many studies on that.
they're,
And they're cited.
you don't want to be in bed with, I promise you.
Okay, Justine, Corey was next. All right, thank God, Corey, hello.
Cody.
Cody, Jesus, where am I?
That's right. You took the words out of my mouth about the incentive. Excuse me.
That was
As far
really
as
bad.
converting the existing fleet to electric. There are no incentives. to do that.
Never will be.
And second of all, it's not just Uber and Lyft, it's also Rebel. Rebel was the highest, as far as lobbying goes this past year, Rebel spent more money on city lobbying than any other entity, more so than the real estate board in New York. And so they have a lot, they have a lot invested in this. And they also just got a grant from the state to build their, I think, infrastructure. And Redwood, Brooklyn, and several other sites. So there's a lot. I mean, the fact is that those who do drive private cars only drive for a couple of hours, or I'm sorry, a couple of miles in the congestion zone. Whereas for hard vehicles, spend or drive around 30, 40 miles, in the congestion. So I mean, you're looking at the benefits of congestion pricing being taken away by just more congestion from fare hungry cars.
That's the third rail right there.
Who's next, Justine?
Oh, I support the resolution as written. Sorry, that's it.
Call the question. Wait, I have one more question. Can we put something in here because we do want to promote electric? Can we, therefore be it resolved that we urge the TLC to reimpose the cap on for-hire vehicles, but then put in there and urge
that we move
to convert existing
fleet
to create incentives.
Yes, there you go. Create incentives.
Therefore, be it resolved to not to impose the cap, but create, much to the curmudgeon, to create incentives. Yeah, I mean, I don't understand why we can't say that we want.
Sure.
We want
that's
to,
good.
because we are a board that votes for green initiatives. We are a board that supports alternative energy and need the infrastructure for it and ask for the infrastructure and parking garages and other things in our budget. So we should be reinforcing that ask in here as we urge them to impose the cap. We urge them to provide incentives for green. And this, thank you.
How about this charge more for combustion vehicles coming
Yeah.
into this?
Mark goes
Just
first.
say one thing that's never discussed, if you see how a battery's made, you go back in.
It'll start making, I
And
decimate you on
the environment, the strip mining, environmental contamination, and then how it has to be disposed of.
We could have a large topic on that. Stop. We can have some large topics on that, environmental. I'm not talking about batteries here tonight. This is not about batteries. And we'll talk, hey.
We're gonna skip mine, let's discuss the other.
Cut it out.
I called this to question.
I'm looking at reality.
It's now been called to question and seconded, and I
Let's
will finally stop arguing. If you want to talk batteries, talk to Alice about environmental protection discussions of batteries for a future month. Okay, it was called to question.
Sorry, can I ask one amendment could at least remove the misleading and false information that EVs can cause more carbon emissions in the city?
Where's the?
You cited it, didn't you?
I cited like.
Just by causing more congestion.
Right, it's misleading and it's.
Where? Hold on, where?
Carbon.
I thought we called the question, why are
Yeah,
we?
why would
I know, why are you?
As long as, no.
I want to talk about cannabis again.
Second page, third paragraph. Third one.
I think the risks of batteries.
I can't be the only one that says it'll.
Okay. All right, so
But I thought there's a motion on. Why are we?
hold on.
Yeah.
It is misleading. I hear what he's saying. And because it's not about the electric or wheelchair accessible vehicles. It's about the gas powered ones.
Well, yeah, but that's what he said.
No, it doesn't.
Says combustion.
Like combustion
It
vehicles.
says by.
Combustion, this is not for being.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clarify.
Yeah, it does now, why is it?
Okay, stop. I understand. So we're voting on it. It is not misleading. We will move around that one wording, so it's very clear that we're talking about gas-powered combustion vehicles
Yeah, gas
and
powered.
increased emissions due to that, which is what we're arguing about with the cap. Not EV, but the gas-powered. That does make sense in where we were going. And it's been called, it's been seconded.
So let's go.
Are there any in opposition? So that would be Mahoney votes.
Come on.
I'll vote yes.
Chapman votes no,
I would know.
and Amoruso votes.
Great,
Mark. Grayson, no.
Different reason.
I have 4 in opposition. Are there any others? For abstentions, I have Corman abstains.
Zelter in the back.
Stop, Justine. I can see. I have Blank who abstains, Corman abstains, Curtis abstains, Zelter abstains, Sung is hand up for abstain. Which, Vera Sung. Vera.
Mitch.
Mitch abstains.
over there.
And here.
And Jared. Jared abstains.
What's your last name, please?
Shearer.
Thank
Yeah, nice thing.
Okay.
Hold on, wait. Did you vote?
Me?
Yeah, did you say anything?
I wrote it. Yeah.
Are there any other abstentions? Are there any recusals?
How many opposed?
There were 3 opposed. Thank you. Okay, motion passes. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Us home, sir.
Okay, quick.
Okay.
Daylight. Oh, no, the action reports.
You got 1 minute.
Okay. Daylighting, this is a concept of removing obstructions near crosswalks in order to increase visibility. The city has announced that they're going to daylight 1,000 street corners a year. Next meeting in January, we're going to discuss potentially doing a resolution to suggest some corners where we want to do this in our district. So come by if you have any thoughts. You can click through to see what it looks like. Sometimes they do it in various different ways.
Yeah,
We're gonna notify the community before we vote to freeze.
I don't.
We're gonna have a topic in discussion and it'll say daylighting corners suggestions in CB1. It'll be on the agenda.
Shouldn't it be posted?
Can you post that in the flyers?
Posted neighborhood.
We do a newsletter. It can be in our newsletter. It can be on our agenda. Mark, I'm happy if you'd like to help get it out through social media. But that's kind of where we're at.
How quick does it have to happen? Could we have a discussion in January?
No, again, we're not discussing your reports.
Maybe, yeah. Well,
Yeah, so you're done with the reports, so Darren.
well,
No.
at the risk, you can go past this, at the risk of blowing the roof off this place, we also talked about congestion pricing. There you go. There's an overview of the recommendations from the Traffic Mobility Review Board. There's now a 60-day public comment period. We are going to potentially do a comments at our next meeting.
January
So-
resolution. So if you have comments, please.
During the meeting, feel free, but know that you will be there for a while. Yeah,
What is a truck?
what is a truck? Okay, so, it's complicated, we could, I could show you there.
Multiple axles?
There are, it's based on their size, I think by their weight, not positive, but I can report
Okay.
what it is. If that please.
If you have questions for congestion pricing and comments.
Ridiculous.
I am asking you to email your questions and comments to Zach and Betty and Jess and I, so they can be compiled and ready for questions to be answered in January.
We already have resolutions on our position.
We do, and we will not be deviating from our.
Law shouldn't be contradictory.
People making less than $60,000, you shouldn't have a car.
Okay, anybody else? have anything? Jess? Okay, we're falling apart. Falling apart. Okay, everybody quiet down. This is Darren. He's taking us home. Bob, Mitch, quiet. Thank you. Darren, the floor is yours.
I have the privilege of the last committee report on the calendar year 2023. Thank you. Before I start, just a reminder, these are street fairs that CB1 co-sponsors to raise revenue. This isn't every street fair we have all year. So to the extent you might have comments or something, the next meeting we have this street fairs only. CB1 needs to raise important revenue. Now with that
Okay,
said.
for our land use consultants.
Yes, thank you,
And
Madam Chair. So just a couple, so we passed two resolutions, one renewing Mardi Gras and the other one, renewing the street fair task force, really changing it to a committee. Just a couple of key takeaways from our discussions. We raised only 14,500 this year. It was less than last year, primarily because there was no holiday market this year in Zuccotti Park because of the lack of vendor participation. We hope we can either have one in 2024 or have it in a different location. So that was one, this mildly disappointing outcome from this revenue. And then the other piece is that we're now a full-time committee, depending on what we're tonight. We're gonna look to have probably 3 meetings which we have 2, we'll have one in April, May, get a full outlook. That's when this street fairs start in April. Get a mid-year update. We did this year, and then we'll have like an end of the year update, like we just did with Joey DeMarty, Marty brought about the promoter. So with that, I think we can take both of these resolutions together. I know this has to be a roll call vote, so.
Second. Fantastic. This is roll call before Colin starts. Telling you, my brain's off in December today. Everybody needs to, if it's a gray chair, it gets folded quietly. Please don't talk unless you're out by the front desk. Please clean up from wherever the cups are. You see a cup on the floor, please pick it up. This is our last meeting in the borough president's office for some time because they are doing construction. So please note in January, we will be on the mezzanine of this building. Bring a coat.
Before I go, I just want to say, I disagree with them all.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Henry Sue,
Yes.
Blank,
Blank, yes, happy New Year.
Brown Kennedy. Cameron,
Cameron, yes.
No talking.
Chapman,
Chapman, yes.
Charcudian,
Charcudian, yes.
Cole,
Yes.
Coleman,
Yes.
Foreman,
Yes.
Kucha,
Yes.
Curtis,
Yes.
Herman,
I hope not.
Flynn,
Yes.
Friedman,
Friedman, yes.
Roman, Galloway,
Galloway, yes.
Goldstein, Grayson,
Grayson, yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
Kay,
Yes.
Canal,
Well, yes.
Lerner,
Yes.
Lyon,
Yes.
Mahoney, yes, Meltzer.
Yes. Oh, Joe, congratulations. Having 50th year with us. Thank you. And
Happy New Year.
we are gonna do a holiday event in January. Talk to Francis.
That the date?
Minsley.
Nope. No.
Francis, I'm
Minsley,
getting.
yes.
January.
Here,
No, you're talking about different calendar.
Jimmy Snow,
But
Jimmy, son, Monty.
I'm here if you called my name.
Bushba,
Here. Yes.
Thompson, Townley,
Yes.
you,
Yes.
Zelter.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Motion passes. Happy New Year. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
So I don't think we should do it as the community center. We should. And people are gonna come for that. I'll get a price. They said they have 2 hours.